And 3, 2, 1. It's a crime and shame with Sunny Justice. Okie dokie. Hey everyone. Hey Peace. Hi Chihuahua. How are you? Not gonna lie, I just woke up about 10 minutes ago and I was like, ooh, 8 o'clock already. So Mama and Deb will be coming on, and honestly, I'm not sure where Adam is. So my title says possibly Adam. But anyways, Mama and Deb will be here in just a bit. 1 second. Oh, Deb's having issues. Let's see here. 1 second. Let's see. I honestly think it's the user when it comes to Deb. She says it's not recognizing her password again. I think she's technically. Just don't tell her that I said that. Hi, Outback. How are you? I'm not even sure. Is anybody else even on? I don't even know. It's like when I got home today, not like you care, but when I got home today, I was sitting at the computer doing a few things. And then literally I was just like, I kept doing this and I was like, okay, I'm going to go have a nap before I do anything. Yeah. So, yeah. So how's everyone doing? Any exciting news out there in the world today? I haven't looked at shit. So I haven't literally looked at anything. 8:32. All right. So anyway, hopefully Mama can help Deb. Deb, if not, just create a new password. Just saying. If you're listening, just create a new password on there. But yeah, she just actually changed it yesterday. So yeah. So what are you guys up to? Good day. Good day, Outback. Come on, don't bore me already. Come on. What you been up to, Outback? Peace. What'd you guys do today? Gotta wait for some more people to come in and wait for Mama and Deb anyway. Well, we don't really have to wait for them. We can take off without them, I think. On there. So yeah, I worked today and I was like, we were so busy. We were so busy. And there was just a few of us. And then there was this new girl that started with us. She's really nice. Been watching another live and why are you frustrated? Tell me, Chihuahua. Why are you frustrated? Inquiring minds want to know. Yeah. So obviously it wasn't my live, okay? Because I haven't done one yet. So it couldn't have been mine. I would have just given you a my doll if it was anyway. So let's see. Peace is not here. There's 19 people. Chihuahua's talking. Outback, there's like 3 people talking. Everybody else is just lurking right now. So I'm just going to have a Pepsi. I got 2 days off now. Tell me why you're frustrated, Chihuahua. I give therapy classes too, Just saying. I can fix people. Hi, Christy. I'm not even going to pronounce your last name. Hi, Christy. How are you? Niewerski. Niewerski. Yeah. That's like hard. Niewie. I know the ski part. Does that count? They are so messed up on the Delphi case, making their own theories. Oh, I absolutely know that. So, what theory was it that they were making today? Briefly. Yeah. I'm not going to lie. It's very, for me personally, I mean, anyone can say whatever, I guess, because, it doesn't matter. I could be as sane as shit. And not to say I am, but I could be. Hey, CJS. But I could be sane as shit. And everyone, the troll land wants to sit there and say that my theory's wacko, really? Because pretty sure minor things that people are actually saying that are involved in meth drugs that are part of gangs and whatever. Anyway, it's not like I was making this shit up and trying to insert it. I'm using what's out there. But yeah, I really don't have the time of day to really listen to other channels. I'll pop in. Hi, Patty, how are you? Yeah, but you know what? I guess now, at first I took it to heart more so how the ignorance of some people or just the wackoness of this case. And I mean, I probably the most insane case, like in the time that I've been in the true crime, and I don't pay attention to many cases. I'll say that the Summer Wells case brought out the worst in people, and it really showed me just how wacko people are truly. Just because I remember like that same day, everyone was judging, the dad Don Wells or whatever, and that's fine. But instantly, there were people saying, he's a murderer. The first day, this that they were attacking people, they were attacking the kid, that boy and stuff like that. And I thought to myself, like, how do you even consider yourself a decent human being? Oh, there's Adam. Hello, beautiful ladies. I'm just walking in the door from a soccer game I attended tonight. Oh, right. Adam was playing with balls tonight. Doo-da, doo-da. Let's see here. So it looks like Adam probably will. Yeah, just went live. Let's see. Hey, Adam. Got your wish watching. Oops. Back. Okay, so hopefully everyone will get here soon enough. It doesn't matter. We can just hang together for a few. So if anyone has anything that they want to say in the chat about the Delphi or any questions or anything that they want to say at all, go right ahead. Where's Ray? Oh, where is Ray? Where? You know what? I don't think I'm smart enough to figure that out, Chihuahua. Just to be honest with you. According to Ray, me and Mama, are pretty much stupid compared to him. We lack brain cells. Yeah. So, when someone says something like that, they kind of get off the, oh, wait. Deb in Messenger, is that you? Is that your new avatar, Deb? You know what, Deb? I'm going to trust you. I'm going to trust that that's you. Deb?
It's me. It's
Okay.
me. It's me.
You know what? I
Cheese.
trusted you. I was like, oh, okay, wait a second. Is that Deb's avatar?
Yep. I got rid of the cheerleader. That was just for Ray.
You know what? Ray's gonna think you're not bright with that blonde hair. He's
I know, right?
Right. You know what? We move over Ray because the joke is on Ray now. If he wants to talk behind our back like this and say those kind of things, you put your love and faith in people, and then they sit there and you find out that they're saying stuff, and you're just like, oh, block, boot, whatever, out of my life. Thank you. Have a good day. I love it when people say, I was saying that stuff on purpose. No,
Right.
I'm pretty wise. Thanks. You know, you can tell when somebody's telling the truth about stuff, but because you're not so bright, are you? Yeah, where's Jenny? Because Jenny ain't so bright either. You guys are just cheerleaders. You guys really don't contribute anything, do you?
No,
Um,
we can't.
no,
We're not
nope,
capable.
nope. And you know what? I guess my level is here, and his is here. So so the joke's on him. To be honest with you. Well, actually, no. We get to joke about him at his expense. Because why? Because it makes us feel better. Right, Deb?
Right.
Right. So
Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. All right.
At first you were a little lower, now you're kicking in.
Okay, good.
Justice, let me just quickly catch this one because this one's catching my eye quickly. You know, I really don't want to tell you how wrong you are on this one, Justice, Janie. Yeah, honestly. And I'll tell you why. No, in fact, yeah, I mean, he was the first person, Justice, trust me. I mean, if you want to believe it still, go ahead. But he was the first person that I pulled into my pictures was Barry Morphew, to be honest with you. And I was like, oh golly shit. It's not Barry, damn it. I was hoping to kill two birds. Oops, bad pun there. With one stone, going, oh, wouldn't that be the cat's ass? But yeah, no, unfortunately, it's not. I get it, but okay, Janie, first of all, just want you to take yourself back to what Ellie is saying, though. I just really want people to understand that Ellie is saying that the BG, regardless who else was there or not there, the BG is a young guy, hence for that sketch. Don't go off that path because it's not fake, it's not false, it's not fake news, as Trump would say. It's accurate. The BG is a young guy, and again, hence why they changed the entire sketch. Yeah, right, Deb?
Right.
Yeah. What do you got to say about Barry Morphew being the BG?
Me? Are you there?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Okay. Okay, I couldn't hear you. Um, yeah, I think he's too tall. It's just not likely. I think he got rid of his wife because there were issues and he wanted to, move on to his new girl. I don't think he was like a stalker killer person.
No, considering he had what would take me away from that was that his daughters wouldn't be alive, probably, if that was the
Right.
case.
Right.
Yeah, he clearly, especially has the one daughter crawling up his ass, to be honest with you. Um, that would be Mallory, you know. The other one was what Macy was more the mother's, child, more
Mhm.
so. Yeah, but Mallory and Barry, they got a nice little special relationship there. I don't have any respect for those two girls from whatever I saw. I used to, and I don't anymore. It's like their mother just didn't exist. It is how they've portrayed it. They didn't put up anything on social media. They showed their skanky little butts instead, with their little shorts on, little short shorts. They were too busy showing off, that. And then they went to, oh yeah, right, where Suzanne would love to have gone. They went to, where was it? Not Mexico, I think it was. And it was just like, I don't know, I was just so flabbergasted just to watch what didn't happen instead of what should have happened.
Right.
Yeah. Big Daddy blamed Eder Bruce Eldridge. So, Big Daddy, how you doing, Big Daddy? This is Big Mama here. Big Daddy, this is Big Mama. Over, Red Rover. 10-4, the Eagle has landed, and everyone thinks that it's Keegan, it's JP, it's Tony, it's this, it's that. Well, honestly, whenever something like this happens, I just expect to have another giggle again. And I hate to say giggle because it's not really the right place. His sentence was cut off. Yeah. Okay, let's see. I'm sure they blamed Ed Bruce. Yeah, Eldridge. Exactly. Um, I guess it's for me, and I hate to say this, not really. Actually, I don't hate to say this, but it's just really, I don't know. Dad, what do you think on this? It's like watching a bunch of ants just go. Brrr. Oh, we're gonna think it's JP now because all of a sudden JP is getting talked about. Oh yeah, definitely him, definitely him, definitely him. Oh, brrr, Keegan again. Oh, Keegan said this and that. That whatever it was called. What do you call that thing? That not an affidavit. That interview. Yeah, with Barb. And then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, definitely Keegan, 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 Keegan. The bridge guy looks absolutely nothing like him. Nor does he look like Eldridge, whatever. Nor does he look like Tony Klein. But anyways, I guess what I'm saying is I don't get it. I don't get how, God gave us one of these and he said use it to the best of your abilities. And I just get flabbergasted that I keep seeing just oh yes, yes, it's him, yes. I mean literally I could put out someone that looked identical to the thing and be like, this is the new suspect. Oh, and it's just crazy. It's just honestly crazy. And then there was like the Daniel Pearson kick, and all of a sudden it was just like, oh my God, True Crime Garage said, and it was just like, I don't know. What do you think about that? Because I just find it, I mean, each to their own.
Everyone's so anxious, to solve this.
Okay, but yeah,
And
but,
they just run to the next thing. And then, oh wow, it's the sensationalism of it, I guess.
I had this idiot today, and I can't think of exactly what he said right now, but he put a couple things on my video. And I was too busy kind of LOLing at his stupid comments, to be honest, because it was all I could think of was here's a useless tit putting a comment on my video to basically say, well, you can't just think things. You can't. Well, it doesn't meet your POI, so of course you're not going to say Tony Klein is whatever. I never said, well, Tony Klein's not the BG, but at no point did I say Tony Klein might not be involved with the whole luring or the Dropbox thing that might be intertangled, But anyways, so as he's sitting here beaking off on a few comments, I told him on one comment, I was just like, eat shit, dude. Like, seriously? Because all I can think about is there's doers and there's followers. And there's people that work their asses off like I do. I know Sleuth digs. I know, there's a lot of people that dig. I know that Mind Shock, people that put, like, meaning people that put time. I'll even put a Harvey Carroll in there as much as I think his videos are useless. But he at least spends a lot of time digging and trying to enhance pictures or do different things. That's being proactive. Sitting on your tough, making a comment on my video, hey dude, how about you get off your ass and actually do what I'm doing, and then sit there and bitch and tell me, about what I should be doing and shouldn't be doing. So I just really kind of I don't want to say offended, because it's more like I laugh, but it's just a fact of when people sit there and put a comment and they literally contribute nothing but their mouth, it's kind of like, really? Go do something productive. How about you sit there and stare at 50,000 pictures? How about you sit there and keep trying to show and make videos and stuff like that? And you want to come around going, no, you didn't say this, or you said this and did it. It just really, it's like, dude, get a life. I mean, because there's people that work their asses off. And like I said, I'm not monetized. I'm not sitting here going, oh, let me just do a live for you. I do it because, well, I like interacting and I can talk, just saying. But I really like interacting with people that just want to talk about the case because they care. But when they're leaving like stupid comments like that, and it's just like, yeah, okay, dude, I'm really going to listen to somebody that sits there and contributes nothing besides this, type of thing. And then you're just asking for me to block you, delete you. Because I just don't care, It's not productive to anybody. Then if you think that I'm not doing whatever, then go do it yourself.
I had a similar experience today. I came across a video and the guy was down the rabbit trail of it's Pat Brown, it's Pat Brown. And and Pat Brown left his keys, and I very nicely said, I've actually talked to his daughter. He did not leave his keys there. He was there quickly because he lives right next to Logan. And so when Mike Patty sent out the call, he was able to get there in just a few minutes, parked his truck, and then the police blocked him in. And he left his truck there overnight. And then they called him and said, you need to move your truck. So he came back and moved it. And the guy came back and commented to the person above me saying, you've got these people like this girl who don't even know the families or ever even been the area. Come to find out, the guy's from Canada, and I live really close to Delphi. I had to laugh. And
Who's from Canada?
He said, you should do your research. I'm like, dude, I just told you I actually did the research and I talked to Pat Brown's daughter.
Becky, right. So, right, I know, right. And obviously you're stupid because you obviously you should have talked to the neighbor to get, obviously proper information instead of his own daughter, you know. Becky confirmed it. Pat Brown's wife confirmed it. People, this is how gullible people are, right?
Right.
Get off the stupid train. Really, honestly, get off the stupid train. Pat Brown is not the BG. He doesn't look like the BG. And again, if people were actually listening properly and paying attention, that Pat Brown thing with the keys is so like what years ago now, to be honest.
Right.
There's Mama.
Hey,
Mama.
Mama.
Hello.
How's your new vape?
It's wonderful. It's a new THC vape, and it's called Ghost. Right?
Oh.
And it's by this maker called ChemDog. So my husband picked it up yesterday, and he brought it to me, and he was like, look what I found, look what I found, look what I found. He was so excited because he's been trying to find one, like decent ones with THC for me. And so I was like, he's like, I want you to try this. I want you to try it. I was like, all right, I'll try it. Not thinking that it was going to be much, right? Fuck me.
Yeah.
I choked this in the car before we went into Walmart. Bad mood, Chrissy. So I choked it. I felt like I had sat in a room just smoking on a full 20 sack by myself without the evidence because it don't reek like a damn pot chimney from it. And I went to the bathroom. I'm like, man, I got the munchies. I'm thirsty. Next thing I know, I'm at the Walmart deli buying a 3-piece tender.
Tampons going up and in the mouth.
A 3-piece tender with the 2 sides of the potato wedges and the jalapeno poppers and the dip. And these people are looking at me crazy because I'm walking around Walmart stuffing my face high as all get out.
Grinning like a possum.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
So it's crazy. But I'd not had this brand before. He got me one other brand, and I guess there's like a number on it that's supposed to like do the potency, and this one was an 8 and the other one he got me was a 10, and I'm scared to even open it for
should we freaking stuff in a thing, chips, whatever. Should just be going along the grocery aisle.
Yeah, because I took a couple of the hits off of it, at first, and I was like, all right, yeah, I'll be good at that. He's like, no, you need to choke on that for a minute. He's like, take you about a good 4 or 5 good hits. I took them, and it wasn't very long that I was really feeling it. And I mean, first I had to go to the Walmart bill pay to go pay a bill, and I'm like, do these people even know that I'm high as kite? Like, standing here trying to pay this fucking bill. Like, I'm high. I'm like, but I don't smell like a weed factory, so that's good.
Are you sure?
I don't know.
Because when those people, I'm sorry, but see, I haven't done freaking pot since I was 21 years old. But anyway, I say that and then I feel guilty because I had one puff of a joint at 26 again. So I always feel guilty if I say 21 because that's truly when I quit. And then I had one puff at 26 and I was like, yeah, no, I don't want this feeling. And because it was illegal too, right? Not because of that, but I just didn't like the feeling, But anyway, so when I'm at work and honestly, when those people come in that have just had a fucking joint, I'm just like, whoa, okay. And then you're sitting there trying to hold your breath underneath your mask going, okay, let me just subtly back away because it's so potent.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of like when I was smoking and then the other girl, Carly, smokes. Well, as soon as she smokes, I mean, first of all, I'm like, thank you. But then I just think like how badly it does smell when I smell that scent of the smoke, because your nose becomes more attuned. Oh, are you gonna live? Maybe you're choking on a bonbon. Chip? What? Chicken wing? You
No.
okay?
Yeah.
You gonna live?
I told you, like when I hit those babes, like it
Yeah.
literally chokes me out, right?
You want mouth to mouth?
Huh?
You want mouth to mouth? I can save you.
Well, sure. Come on over.
All right, be there in 5. Hey, Deb, don't get jealous. All right.
I'll be you there.
But yeah, I mean, I started smoking when I was 15.
Yeah,
honestly.
same.
And
16. Sorry, 16.
I have really bad high anxiety, and so like this, I don't know what it is, but it like stops, like calms my anxiety down.
Yeah.
It does something for me. Some people, they get paranoid and crazy. I don't. Like I'm just chill and like woosah,
Musa. No, I don't get crazy.
But I hadn't been smoking for quite a while because, like it's not legal here for one, and for two.
Oh, it's not legal there?
No,
Oh,
it's
sucks
not
to be
legal
you
here.
guys. You guys are
Listen,
living in the
I
wrong
can tell
state.
you some really. I had to go through like some ways to get my pot, right? Like when we moved out where I'm at, my pot guy was like over 3 hours away that I would have to go drive and get my pot, right? And
Yeah.
so like I was determined. I'm like, okay, I don't want to be on the highway and get caught with this stuff, right? So I would take a thermos, and this may sound crazy, but I went and bought one of those vacuum seal machines or whatever.
Yeah.
And so when I get my stuff, I would put it in the plastic, vacuum seal the plastic, right?
Yeah.
And then I would wrap it in duct tape. And I'm talking about like a whole roll of duct tape around it. And then my husband's like, well, we can't just put it in the thermos like that because we'll get caught. I'm like, all right. He's like, so then you got to pour coffee on top of it. Okay. So, like I would get home, and I mean, it wouldn't
melt.
it wouldn't like penetrate, the seal or anything like that. But man, I would be out there, like I'd get home and it would take me forever to get it unwrapped. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you gotta put it up, and then you gotta, pick it all apart and take out the stems and blah 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 blah. Man,
And then you have to ask yourself if it was really worth it.
Huh?
And then you have to ask yourself if it was really worth it.
It was worth it because it combated my anxiety so much, and more than any kind of medication that they've ever tried to give me. I mean, I just no, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so the guy ended up getting busted for like having he pulled an assault rifle out on his landlord, and his landlord was an attorney, which was dumb move number one. I'm like, all right, if you're pulling assault rifles out on your attorney, like I don't even want to deal with you anymore. Because you're likely to get me like hemmed up in something that I don't want to be hemmed up in. So long story short, I quit buying from him, and I haven't.
It's not a long story short.
Huh?
I'm being a smart ass mama. Go on.
No, well, I haven't really smoked since then because, like, I don't know people here, and I'm afraid that, like, if I go to try to buy something from somebody, they may be an undercover cop.
Yeah.
I don't feel like weed is like this awful like drug. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That somebody needs to spend the rest of their life in jail for. Honestly, I don't.
Mama, one second. I just meant, Adam, is that you?
It is.
Okay, I'm gonna trust you. There we go. I just didn't want to get dick rolled and someone go, "Oh, I'm Aspen."
right?
Yeah.
Hey,
Welcome,
Adam.
welcome.
So yeah, so I don't feel like it's something, that, you know, I want to go to jail for the rest of my life for. Um, but I like smoking, you
Deb would
know.
come visit you.
Huh?
Deb would come visit you.
Yeah, you go.
You
If you
would?
went to Pendleton, yeah, they put you in Pendleton. That's like 10 miles from here.
Pendleton
So,
is for men. They
oh,
don't
is
put
it?
women in
Oh,
Pendleton.
you Mamaw would be real popular there.
Yeah, I would. I would be the most popular person on the block, but I don't want to go.
Where's the women's?
The women's is in Rockville, then they have one in
Oh,
Madison.
oh
Rockville
yeah.
is high security. Madison is like medium low security, and they have one in Indianapolis, downtown, the Indiana Women's Prison.
Yeah,
And
I
that
could.
one, they usually send people who are like pregnant or have mental incapacities there, or old people. You know,
Yeah, I'd go see you
that's
and
about what they do because they've got that baby program at the Indianapolis Women Prison. But uh, I've been to both Rockville and Madison, and I mean that's not like a brag or anything, but um, I did time at Rockville, and then this last that like I had to go because I had cases in a couple counties like back to back or whatever. So like I went to prison, then they sent me to this other county. I went to that county for a week and then back to prison. But because I had a hold the first time, they made me go to the maximum security prison. When they sent me back, I was able to go to Madison. And there's a vast difference between being in prison in Rockville and Madison. Like when you're in Rockville, you're in there with people who are like have committed like really heinous crimes, and they're just some of these people are out of their mind, nutsy, bobo, crazy, right? Madison, it's like a college campus. They're in like this old mental health hospital dormitory section,
Oh,
and you can smoke cigarettes there. You can get your nails done. You can freaking get your hair done, dyed, all the kinds of stuff. Like, I'm not promoting it, but I'm saying like being in Madison is just like being in a college dorm. It's not really effective. You know what I mean? It's just the people who go and take it for what it is and take a seriousness about, hey, listen, this is something in my life that I'm experiencing. I don't want to go back to this. I don't ever want to see this again. They won't go back. I was in prison with a girl in Madison who had been to prison literally 13 times. 13
wow.
times. Her mom would like go visit her every week, put, over a little over $1,000 on her commissary, which that's a lot of money to be putting on commissary. Okay, straight up. The entire time I was locked up, I didn't have anybody coming and putting money on my commissary. When I went to work in the prison, I made 68 cents a day working in the kitchen, washing pots and pans. I'm not even kidding you. And I didn't have any visitors. I didn't have anybody coming to see me. And this girl, like,
Mama,
I
you
was,
just went into a tunnel.
huh?
You just went into a tunnel or something. All of a sudden, your voice was coming out like you were talking into a tunnel.
Okay, can you
There
hear
we
me
go.
better?
Yeah.
But yeah, so like when I was in prison, I didn't have that support system. Like nobody came and saw me. Nobody like I may have gotten one or two letters while I was in prison, like I got a letter from the BMV telling me my license was suspended one time. I was never
Nice.
so happy to get a letter from the BMV telling me my license was suspended for a stop sign ticket that I know I didn't get because I was in jail, but all the same, somebody dropped me a line,
Yeah.
right? But at any rate, she was whining because her mom finally had had enough. Her mom was like, listen, this is a revolving door for you. You have been in and out of here 13 times. She's like, I've done everything for you. I've visited you. I've put money on your books. I've dropped you letters. I'm hoping that you would come home and that you would change your life. But you did not want to do that. Like every single time she turns around, she's like, oh, it's okay. I'll be in here probably about, you know, 9 months and my mom will keep me going. And she was all upset and like, how dare my mom tell me these things and not want to, take care of the situation with me. And I'm thinking to myself, like, you had somebody who supported you, and tried to help you and guide you through this in hopes that not only did you have that support around you, but that you would take this as a lesson learned, like something that will make a pivotal and prolific change in your life. You understand what I'm saying? And some people don't do that. Some people just don't care, you know.
Mama, how old was that girl?
She was like 40, 46.
Oh wow. I
46,
was
47 years old. I swear to
thinking you were
God,
gonna
man.
say 25.
Mental
Huh?
math there.
I was thinking you would say 25, and then I'd be like, well,
Yeah.
Kind of like my
And,
mom was in the pocket.
like, I don't know. I felt like I didn't want to deal with that. You know what I mean? I didn't want to be a person who was like coming back as a revolving door to prison. You get out of prison, you go home on parole, and you're there next week because you violated your parole. So you're waiting to hear in front of the parole board. And they don't just keep you at the county jail. No, they send you back to the prison and you wait for the parole board. And then what's sad is that a lot of times the parole board will turn around and let these people back out and say, you're going to finish, whatever it is that you started. And they're right back there again with another parole violation. And then when the parole board gets so tired and they're like, all right, listen, we've let you out of this mug like 6-7 times. Your liability now you got to come back in and finish your sentence. Then they want to get upset and mad about that. I don't know. I think that if you choose to run with stupidity, you're gonna get the stupidity back to you. Eventually, karma's gonna come and right bite you in the ass.
Right. How long were you in for, Mama? Do you mind me asking?
Huh?
How long were you in for?
Oh wow.
You
Well,
don't have to answer. If you don't want to answer, don't answer.
I was in one county. I got put on probation, and I got hit with the case from the other county a month before my probation was up, and they made me do my backup time.
Wow.
And um my minimum sentence was of 4 years on one of my felonies. Okay.
Wow.
And then I had a second
You're a
felony.
naughty girl.
I know, right? I had another felony that was like a year, or whatever. But at any rate, they kept me in the county jail until a week before my sentence was up to send me
Right.
to go to prison, to like push me through, fingerprint me, then send me back out to the next county that I had gotten in trouble in and start the whole process again. And then the other county, I sat there for 9 months, but they were overcrowded in a lot of the blocks. So they put me in a block that was the murder robbery block over in Marion County. And freaking I sat there, like I did time there for 9 months. Then, the good thing about there though is as soon as they send you to prison, you're at the prison within a week. They do transports twice a week from there. They don't play games. Once they say Indiana Department of Corrections, they're trying to push you out of there because they have so many people coming through, you know.
Wow.
So I went there and I had a third county. Yeah, I got in trouble in the third county. So then I had to go to that county. Then I had to go back to prison, and it just everything that I did was in all one stint, but it caught up to me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
Right.
How old were you?
let's see. I was 19 when I caught my the first county. I was 19, and I didn't turn myself in or go to jail for a long time. They didn't catch me till I was like
Right.
25. I was like, nope, not doing that. You know what I mean? So,
I can't imagine.
huh?
I can't imagine.
Yeah.
I've always known myself well enough to know that crime deterrent is good for me because I don't think I would do well in prison.
I mean, when I was in listen, the way that Rockville Correctional Facility is, like I was telling y'all, they have like the 5 dorms, right? But y'all want to know the craziest thing is that these dorms, like, you know how you look at prison movies and stuff, and all these prisons are like covered in bars and stuff? You know what I'm talking about? You see the inmates grabbing the bars in the movies, and they're like, "Arr!"
But
You
it's
know
more
what
like
they had at Rockville
orange
to
is
keep
the
your
new
ass
black,
in that
right?
cell? Let me guess what they got in Rockville to keep your ass in that cell.
What?
Anybody?
Curtains.
Nope. Chicken wire. Chicken wire.
Wow.
And they got a
Well,
little door that you like literally like open like a regular door and close. It's got chicken wire all down the front of it. When they close that door, they can unlock it, but they gotta have a key to unlock it. You know.
yeah. Well, it
And
is Rockville.
huh?
It is Rockville.
It is Rockville.
So is it more like a
And
dormitory thing, like orange is the new black?
um okay, so it's like a big huge room, right? And so there are 16 people in one room. Okay. And there's like the middle bunk beds, right? But in between like this big huge room where these 16 people are, there is a brick wall. It's just a little small brick wall that's like in the middle of the room, and it comes halfway up the room. And if you live on one side of the room, you got to be on that side of the room. You can't go to the other side of that other room. You just can't. If you do, it's a write up, you know. Eventually, after so many write ups, you go in front of a board or whatever, and they can take your good time. They can do all kinds of stuff, you know.
Was the staff mainly female or male?
There were more male staff than there were women.
How were they like creeps or
Um,
were they like good guys?
well, there was like, I mean, they were trying to weed through um the male staff and get rid of some of them because they had some incidences there. They had one male guard, he snuck out an offender. Like he dressed her up in like one of his guard clothes or whatever, and somehow they were able to bedangle things for her to walk straight out the prison. They actually did a special, like a lifetime special and step on this girl. Her name was Sarah Pender, and she was in there because her and her boyfriend had a roommate, and they murdered the roommate and then dropped the roommate's body in a trash can behind a business. And at any rate, he got out of there, got her out of there, and like she was telling him this whole time she was in love with him, blah blah blah. And as soon as she got out of there, she was like, "Yeah, no, I don't love you. You just gave me what I want. Fuck you. Chuck it up the deuces," and dipped. Took off to Chicago. They had the FBI looking for her. They finally caught her and brought her right back to the prison, and she's in solitary confinement forever.
Wow.
Forever from now. They will never let her out of solitary confinement. They had another issue with a guard getting a woman pregnant while she was an inmate there. So then they had another guard, that was in there trafficking drugs. So like at this point, like they're trying to figure out what they're going to do. You know what I mean? They were talking about switching their staff to all women, but they didn't have enough women on the payroll. They're getting rid of people. They're doing all kinds of stuff. You know what I mean? And yeah, I was never so grateful to get out of there. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, there's just people that I've met, things I've seen that I just no.
Right.
Just like when I was in prison before they moved Mary Lorraine Tackett, she was in there she was one of the 4 girls that brutally murdered this little 12-year-old girl named Shanda Sher in the state of Indiana. Is like one of the most horrible cases of child cruelty and murder besides Sylvia Likens. I mean, the things that they did to this little girl, I don't even want to talk about it. Literally, it's that bad because it's so raunchy. YouTube would literally flag you for some of the words of some of the things that they did to that poor little girl. It was bad. But I didn't know who she was. And I got invited to go play cards at a table with her one day. And I played some euchre. And I got up from the table.
Mama, 1 second. Okay.
Yeah.
5 more minutes, and then we have to really get back on track with the.
I'm sorry. Never mind.
No.
Go for it.
Finish up here. But I just didn't want to cut you off. But yet, by the same token, there's like a bunch of people still saying things. So
Yep. No, I'm sorry.
I'm not trying to be rude, but I was just kind of going, oh, I wonder if people are kind of getting a little antsy. Or not, or unless you guys are all okay in chat.
It's my fault. I'm sorry, because I came in and like probably like regurgitated my retailer story.
And I was thinking, okay, like, are the people in chat getting, going, I want to talk about Delphi, or I want to talk about this. So I just kind of was like, So go. Sorry, Mama.
Real quick question. Who's the fourth person? Because I'm dumb and I don't. There's no name there. I mean, your picture's beautiful. So who am I talking? Who?
It's Debbie. It's me.
Oh, you changed your.
Yeah.
I'm used to the pigtails.
She upgraded her cheerleader.
The cheerleader emoji was just for Ray.
Hey,
you gotta glam up.
I think Adam just used up his last brain cell asking that question.
Right.
I think so.
What? And I was around 75,000 men tonight at a soccer game.
Right. Watching them play with balls.
Oh, what game did you watch? What team?
I live in Charlotte, North Carolina, and really quickly, we got an MLS team, and tonight was the first game.
Awesome.
And they broke a record. There were 75,000 people there, which is more than there's ever been at a soccer game in the U.S. for MLS. So
I actually think my friend
lost,
used to.
But it was fun.
I think my friend used to play for that. Josh Cohen.
Okay.
He left recently. He was there for 1 year. But anyway.
This is their first season. Like they're a brand new team. This was their first game ever.
All right.
Because it's kind of like like the major league. It'd be like like the NFL or the NBA.
Yeah, he's soccer. He's a professional soccer player.
Is he hot?
Yeah,
they usually are.
Yeah, he's a very handsome boy.
Yeah,
they're all boys. They're like 20 years old.
Hold on. Mama,
back to Delphi.
Yeah.
Well, no, let Mama finish what she was saying. I don't want to be rude there. I just wanted to get back on track too before it's like an hour into it and people want to talk about Delphi. Oh, wait.
All I was saying is that, I seen a lot of people come in there. They did some pretty horrendous things. There was another woman who bludgeoned her 8 and 11-year-old children to death with a 10-pound weight, and then there's somebody in there for like something like stealing a car, or drugs. And it is what it is. Everybody has skeletons in a closet. Everybody does something messed up, something wrong. But
innocent.
All I'm saying is that you just have to take the experiences and you have to decide for yourself how you're going to allow it to impact your life. You can either like stay stuck and continue to go in and out of that revolving door of prison, jail, prison, jail, prison, jail. Or you can say, nah, I'm good. I let it go and let God and do what you got to do. So,
and there's your perfect segue back to Delphi, because look at all the people that have circled.
Well, I just want to say that monthly I go to the specialist so I can insert some brain cells into my brain, just so I can stay at least average IQ. Thank you, Ray. Ray, if you're listening, that was for you, dude. Okay? Because I don't want to be as smart like you. I just don't. That's a level I just don't want to attain in my life.
We should all take IQ tests one night.
We should.
I can arrange that. My husband's a psychologist.
But I'd probably be sitting there looking at the test going, I just don't understand it.
You might have to pronounce some words for me.
Yeah, right? Sound them out. Like
I'm a bad test taker unless I take a toke first.
Yeah, right. Booze always made me do better. Just saying. Yeah. Okay. So let me get to this one because Laura, if you're still in here, because this question was about 30 minutes ago. She says, "What do you think about the likelihood and that Keegan D is tied underage in catfishing?" Now, I just want to point out, thank you, Adam. Because Mike Echo was like, what the heck? Sonny's the only one on camera? Right? Hold on. Right? Which way does my thumb go? I always forget. No. I'll get this figured out one day.
You're up there.
Yeah, I'm and you're down there. I'm trying to get to Mama. they're over there, always hiding behind the cameras. This one's just new still, so we'll let her off the hook. Mama's always in her pajamas, and then she'll well, she came on the other night when we made her, but I always say that people love interacting with faces and people talking, than watching those avatar things going wah wah.
It's intimidating. I get why people don't like to do it because we're all like, you look at yourself and you're like, oh, I'm hideous.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
was it Deb last night? Her hair looked fine, but I get it. To her, it was a mess.
Yeah,
But
we all
to
do
me,
it.
yeah, I know. You know what I mean?
Like I lit a candle. I'm
Are
like,
you
oh,
kidding?
Yeah, I ate a pineapple.
Oh, you know what pineapple is good for? Sorry, Delphi. Okay, no, we won't go there.
I know what cucumbers are good for. Just tell you that much. All right. Okay.
You'll have to text me that later because I don't know.
I know. Okay, so Laura, to answer your question, this little Keegan Dick is pissing me off because yes, he's tied into something, but he's the most hardest to honestly figure out what his. Okay, it's really pissing me off now because, and Keegan, if you're watching, okay, dear, I know you're the guy on the bridge, no question about it. But I want to know the reason that little dick was on the bridge that day. That's what I want to know. Was it because there was some, so come to find out that someone was messaging me, and I'm not going to say who, but it's somebody that can easily give good information. So come to find out there's this child adult pick ring going around, a couple of them.
A child what?
A child, basically a child adult pick ring, like a ring, where basically these young ones are sending their pictures for these adults. A ring of that's going around in Indiana there, Delphi.
Yeah, they had a really bad thing about that at Avon High School or whatever, and a couple other places, and it's pretty bad. It's gotten pretty bad. They've been talking about it a lot in the news.
Well, I was gonna say, so yeah, apparently, so I didn't know that myself until this person was telling me, look, I don't want to say, but let me put it this way: it's somebody that, when there's people that tell you stuff because are connected and they can give you information. Oh, there she comes. But anyways, so yeah, so I mean, I know that there's pedo rings and sex trafficking, but don't know exactly what's going on there. But anyways, so yeah, so apparently she was saying that it was very. I think the way she said it was that it was very much talked about and open, and now it's just died. It's hush hush. I'd have to read the actual email properly again. But I was just like, oh, okay, really?
Was this in Delphi, or was it in a surrounding county?
I think it was basically all over.
Right.
Meaning,
with some of the recent arrests that have come out about the CP, is that why they're all going quiet? Because with the Job's thing,
Job's things.
So it's a different arrest, so people are just kind of being quiet now about it because.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot going on behind the scenes right now for sure.
Right.
And
I don't think it's just Indiana. I think it's all over.
It's not definitely Indiana, but this is because we're this is one we're discussing, and this is meaning because of Abby and Libby and the whole lure part from the Dropbox and different things and stuff like that. Now, interesting fact as well. She said that Garrett was bi.
Bi?
Yeah, that he was bi. Because you know how, so.
Well, that makes sense.
Pardon? It does.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So because of Ray Hanish, the murder of Ray Hanish, and how they basically found him on Grindr, whatever. And so, yeah. And so Open Secrets had said, are you gay? And he's like, no, I'm not gay. because he's bi.
Well, and when you're, masculinity in rural Indiana,
yeah,
saying you're gay is, it's not like San Francisco.
yeah,
So, and I've always thought that is what created the wedge between him and Ashley. Because I think, they came up with a scheme
right.
with Ray. And I think that she started to pick up on some of the stuff that he might be, and I'm speculating, interested in.
Because he was with Nicole
You know,
at
Right.
that time.
They could have catfished a woman and done this, but he chose to do it with a man.
Yeah.
You know
I
what I
just
mean?
want to say that as far as Indiana goes, years upon years ago, being gay would have been something that is very taboo.
Yeah.
However, Indiana has embraced that culture, the LGBTQ culture, like no other. They have
Do you think?
an indie gay pride festival every single year. They have an
Okay.
entire street of bars downtown Indianapolis dedicated just for that community. They are
Right.
literally painting their sidewalks. They have like a rainbow sidewalk um with the gay pride rainbow, with the LGBTQ, support and things like that. So it's not as a taboo of a subject as it would have been like when I was a teenager, but as the years have gone by, like that social acceptance and progression has really made an impact on
But in
people.
the circle of people we're talking about,
Right.
I
I
think
know.
they're progressive to that level. Because
Exactly.
Yeah.
I grew up with guys like this, and I don't care
don't-
how progressive things get. I don't think they're gonna embrace it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know that Garrett Kurtz wants to be, like shining a light on himself, really. In the circle that we're talking
maybe
about.
you shouldn't
So,
kill a gay man then.
yeah, right. I know, right? But
But
so
that's probably how he got away with saying that, it was a sex act gone wrong.
right.
Let's think about it, guys, because I don't personally see Ray as being somebody who was his particular speed of attraction, if that makes any sense. Like, does that make sense? Because gay guys, like, they're very picky about other gay men.
I don't know.
But you know what? I mean, okay. So I mean, I might not be the best judge of character, but there is an attraction with a lot of gay men to someone that they consider straight, which they equate with masculinity. So
Gotcha.
if Garrett came across as this, like, I'm bi, like I have a girlfriend, that can be attractive to some gay men.
Well, yeah, it's taboo
because it's like they're getting like an alpha male,
right?
And I'm speculating because I don't know Ray's interest, but
I'm just saying,
especially if he was older and lonely and someone paid him attention.
It strikes me that they were two completely different people. Like they had different interests, different, things like that. Like I don't understand what, well, I guess Grindr would be considered like Tinder, like a disposable sexual, like handshake, like I need this and you got to fly type thing. But
right. I've never been
don't
on
know.
Grindr, but I have friends that have shown me their Grinders, and I mean, it can go, and I'm sure Tinder's the same way, because I mean, it can go from like, hey, what's up? How big are you? Like, and like, but
I guess I'm not a guy, so I really couldn't answer that, like about being gay and how guys, gay guys pick guys. I have no clue. I just feel like this was just Ashley had worked with them at some point, but that they probably had done this before to other people. It was basically just to rob them,
right.
And
if he was into something like being choked, because they agreed on that, right?
Yeah.
And so I mean that's kind of a dominant thing.
Do we actually know that? To be honest, because really, Ray's dead.
No, I know, but I thought
right.
I thought did I make it up, or did I read somewhere that there were messages about like there was like agreed upon like what's it called, auto asphyxiation? Like
I've never heard
like
that.
It brings you to this like euphoric state,
right? But
or something.
I've never heard that there were emails talking about it. That's what Garrett said was his excuse, but I've never heard
Okay.
that.
Okay.
But I'm not saying that's not
Oh,
true. It could
sorry.
be.
I stepped away from the computer for a second to try to fix the lighting because some people are like, I'm looking for it. But
Oh yeah, did you realize how dark you were, Mama?
not really. Well, kind of, but not really. Like, thought it was going to be that dark. But is that better at least?
Not really.
Do you
Well,
have a
it's a
lamp,
little bit better.
Mama? Do you have a lamp like that's in front of you anywhere in the room?
I have two of them on either side.
If you
I
put
don't
a
know what I
lamp like in front of you somewhere, it'll shine a light on you that's really like flattering.
Flattering.
Like it's like the ring lights. You know how they go in front of you.
I have a
And they,
ring light. I have a ring
yeah,
light.
Yeah.
and so if you have a lamp in your room in front of you, just
It's
turn
my
it
lamp.
on, and it'll kind of illuminate your face
Yeah. Like this, Mama. Like
in
an
good
angel.
lighting.
Like an angel.
Yeah, but the only other light I have above me is above me, and
It's
it's really an annoying light.
Oh, you
Yeah, do whatever. I mean, at least you're like, on count. Regardless,
But I
I guess.
think everyone has a kink. Everyone has their thing. So we don't know what reason he's dead. You're right, Sonny.
Yeah,
Okay.
well,
But
I was just gonna say, so unless Shar, his sister, can tell me differently,
chair.
I don't recall about any messages that said that. Could
Okay.
be wrong. Don't recall seeing it. We just know that there was basically that it wasn't treated like a crime.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't treated like a
Disgusting.
murder. Yeah, disgusting is an understatement. It was treated because it was
there
really
was a
treated.
missing TV, and they thought there was no crime.
Yeah, right, exactly. So, right, because they just figured this is the lifestyle he was leading. This is what happens to gay guys when you lead this lifestyle, and that was it, and
It's
that's
kinda
how
like the
it's being treated.
prostitutes.
Yeah, it's like they
Prostitutes.
don't count.
And I wasn't inferring that it was just about the sex. No, I know that it was about robbing him for his money and
Oh
you
yeah,
know, like
But
paying
like the
for
gay thing was
items
like he
or
could have
drug
picked a
addiction.
woman
I
to
totally
do
get
that too.
that. But I'm just saying, like, let's think about the irony in this, okay? Because now you have this whole thing come forward where it's like he's bi, right? And you really don't think about that. Like, if you did not have prior knowledge of that particular thing,
Right.
like, I don't know, the way that it struck me, like, I would have never guessed that he was bi.
you would have never guessed what, Mama?
I would have never guessed Garrett as somebody who was bi. Like, right?
No, me
To
neither.
me, the
We-
way that, like, when I watch him on Open Secrets, right? Like, when you watch somebody and you study their mannerisms and the way that they interact, to me, he
Right.
strikes me as somebody who is very grimy. He doesn't strike me as somebody
Yeah.
who is interested in the same sex. He strikes me as somebody who will do whatever he has to do to make sure that he can hit a lick to get the fix.
Yeah,
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And I think both of those things can be true. Like, I'll give you a little insight really quick. Like, I used to in my early 20s. Like, I was good looking in my 20s, and I traveled for work a lot.
Still
And
good
I was
looking
single.
now.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Still good looking now.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. It's the ring light.
Right.
No,
But,
you actually,
I would-
honestly, you look
So I would travel
young.
alone. I'm sorry.
You look young.
Oh, thank you.
Like,
I'm 40.
I know, but you don't look 40.
I would have
right?
put you, if anything, in your early 30s.
Yeah, I would
Late
have
20s,
totally
early
put-
30s.
Yeah.
It's the
Tell
hair.
me more.
I know.
Okay.
I know. Okay, go ahead.
So I used to travel a lot for work, and I was amazed at the amount of when you travel alone, and when you go to restaurants alone or you go to a bar alone, your experience is so different than when you're with someone, because it's almost like you're a magnet. People will come up to you and talk to you when you're by yourself.
Right.
And I think hotel bars are really fascinating places because no one's in their natural element. So you
Right.
have a whole group of people that are kind of outside of their world.
Right.
And I honestly cannot tell you the amount of married men that would try to get me to come to their hotel rooms to have sex with them.
Yeah.
That
Right.
you would, and professional athletes, and I'm not bragging, I'm saying, like, it was
That's
shocking.
Yeah.
So when like like I think are those guys that like they do project that because they don't want to be seen as gay, so they project
Right.
that image
Well,
of
I was gonna.
masculine.
So look at the comment there by Jennifer. It says, "I think he's dominant, def a man, but dominant. If you know what I'm saying."
Right. And
That's
that
how
could
I
go
would
beyond
take him too.
sexuality.
Right.
That
And
could
that's
just
how
be
he
about
struck
power.
me too. But what I
Yeah.
was saying is that like I didn't like by the way his mannerism is, I would not feel that he would ever be attracted to another man. So like for me, the way that I took it when I heard about how he um contacted Ray in the first place, I thought about it as like, dude, like he thought he was hitting the ultimate lick, like he could take advantage of somebody like that. Like I would have never thought that he was genuinely like
Right.
that just the way because of what he acts. I thought that he was like, I don't know, like shicey, like I'll do what I have to do, whatever enough to like advertise himself on there to somebody who was unsuspecting, and you know what I mean? Like
Right.
that's how I took it. Does that make any sense?
Right.
It does.
Yeah.
I just
Like
my
it
Yeah.
only
has to
question
be
with it is,
cunning
it's
and
like why wouldn't he have done it on
conniving
Tinder
and
with a female? Like,
exactly right,
like what straight man is gonna be like, oh, I should do it on the gay site.
right,
Right.
right. You know, but what if like, and I always think about it because I'm like, in my criminal days, if you were, committing a crime and you were with your people, you're sitting around in your circle, you're talking about something, or whatever. Like, I imagine because Ashley just rubs me so wrong and so grimy, like, I imagine them sitting there and they're talking about what they're going to do to make this crime happen, what they're going
Yeah.
to steal, things like that. And knowing that Ashley, like, knew Ray and worked near Ray, maybe like they had in passing had conversations about like dating and things like
Yeah.
normal conversations that you would like because you would eventually over time you would develop a friendship. So to me, like the way that it strikes me is like it's cunning. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because think about how
Hey.
it was with Nicole Bowen. You know, Garrett had established that relationship with her over time, and he had spent time with her and things like that. You know what I mean? And Ashley, maybe that this was, something that happened before she started using or whatever, or maybe before her life, before she took that turn and that path that she chose to go down wrong, right?
Yeah.
But I think about what if like they were talking about hitting their lick and they were trying to figure out an easy target. You're looking in social media and you see how in all of these applications out there are women getting murdered, raped, people getting robbed, people like disappearing, things like that. You know what I mean? From dating sites.
Right. What's her name? Lauren. What's her name that just happened? That and the one that died, the drug overdose or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? Lauren. She was a mixed
Oh,
girl. I think she was
the newest one
beautiful.
that's been in the news because there's been like a ton of them.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
becoming this like taboo fashion when you're using, services like dating services or even rideshare services.
Yeah.
You're seeing it all the time in the news. You know what I mean? And you're seeing people like killing their kids and killing all like I don't know this. Anyways, but I think about, what if they decided that that was maybe something as an easy target to hit a lick, to get money, to get their fix quickly. They're scrolling through there. And I don't know, like in my mind, I see Ashley and Garrett and them. And as they're scrolling, she's like, dude, I know him.
You know what,
He's
Mama?
got
Get the
money.
hell out of my brain because that's exactly what I picture. That
That
they're
is
Right.
exactly,
going
that
on
is,
to Grinder. They're
ooh,
scrolling through, and she's
yes,
like, "I know that dude. Let's."
yes,
That's how I see that happening with Ray.
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
you know so like I think about it, because Ray doesn't strike me like by all accounts like how you see him as a person and things like that. Like I don't he doesn't strike me as somebody who's going to get into the drug game, nothing like that. And
No.
they talk about this couple who was homeless that he invited into his home.
He seemed lonely to
I
me.
think about Ashley and
Who?
Garrett as
Ray?
that
Ray.
couple that he invited openly into his home prior to this happening.
Wait, say that
Maybe
again, Mama, because I just want to make sure I heard that right.
You know how they talk about Ray, like before this all happened or whatever, there was like
Yeah,
a
that he
couple,
invited a pregnant couple into his home.
a pregnant couple.
Yeah, pregnant couple.
Yes.
to shower and
Yeah.
he would cook for them.
Okay, because I didn't know who it was. I never got the whole like deeper whatever. I don't know why, but it just they struck me as so grimy that when I read about like all of this with Ray, I had to wonder in my mind like, did they go as far as be conniving and trick Ray in this manner to get like a trusting, like building a relationship to do whatever? Because they're dope queens. You know
Now,
what I
Absolutely.
mean?
Cher
And
did
you
say
know,
that
dope
was not
queens are
them.
schemers. You understand what I'm saying? Does anybody understand what I'm saying? Like
Yes.
they are like in especially with somebody who's a drug addict, they're looking for the long scheme of survival. So a lot of the times they pick up relationships with people who are like, "Mm, does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, maybe for all we know, Garrett was selling himself on the site or whatever and
Well,
could have went up there and, you know, met with him. And because we know there's undercover deals all the time on dating sites, you know, some people just make it holler for $1
yeah,
if you're really looking for it.
yeah.
Okay.
There on
Um,
it. Oh, go.
go
Go
ahead, go
ahead.
ahead, Deb. I want Deb to have a word, and then I want to say something
Right.
again.
On
Right.
a side note, Ashley got into an argument on Facebook with Garrett because she was telling people she went off on him and telling people that he was gay.
Oh, see, I don't know about all that.
That
Yeah,
was
I
on where,
read
Deb?
that. That was on his Facebook. They and hers is gone now. You can't read it, but they were back and forth arguing, and she made the comment to everyone that he was gay.
And
I
you know what?
I always thought that a little bit, and I said, I'm
I'd
sorry.
have
So
to.
like more of like it's kind of like I'm gonna get back at you, but I'm gonna come back hardcore and you're gonna feel my wrath and
Uh
I'm
huh.
gonna mess you up for sure. You know what I mean?
Right. She was definitely ticked, and maybe because she thought that he wasn't actually going to go through with the act. He was just going to say that and get in there, and then he
Right.
actually went
And
through with the act.
they had to have known that he had money because of his profession. But
Hmm.
like I said, you know,
So
I really think that they planned it. I didn't know that it was like a pregnant couple that went and stayed with him.
yeah.
That's really awesome. I mean, I just find I didn't really think to
So
look in who the couple was like too deep right then and there because that
yeah,
wasn't like on my mind to think about that and go down that path right then and there. But
yeah.
I always thought about like him developing a relationship with like in that way at one point and then yeah, maybe like he tried to do something for her and Garrett at one point.
Yeah. Well, okay. So this is what I want to do because I see that there's people in here that haven't been in here before, and so I wanna kind of recap about all this, about kind of like the path, my journey myself that I personally been on, and there's some other people, like I said, that agree. Uh, Pork chop, whether it's Mama or Deb, and Adam here, who knows? I just know that my path was, is that after mine and Gonzo's conversation. So this is for the people that are new in here. I'm just going to tell you kind of like the gist of the path here. Okay. So I came over to the Delphi case because of a lull, not a lull. I was taking a break. Okay. Barry Morphew was on my mind because Barry Morphew's wife disappeared Mother's Day of 2020. And yes, welcome who's ever joining us or whatever. My person of interest for the BG is Keegan Dunker, but that's really neither here nor there. It's up to you guys to decipher what you feel is true or not true at the end of the day. But bottom line is, I decided to come back over here just to take a look, see if Barry Morphew decided I was going to take some pictures. Took about 1,000 pictures or so. And I just really wanted to know because Barry Morphew is from Indiana. He doesn't live too far. He was like from, Alexandria, somewhere around that area. Anyways, he did fit a lot of the check marks for sure. And at the time, I'm included thinking, what the hell is the LE doing? They don't know their, ask from a hole in the ground type of idea. They got this photo of a sketch. They got this one. What the hell's going on? There's no way that this person is young, is what I'm saying at the time. There's no way that this person is young. So anyways, I look at Barry Morphew. Nope, it's not Barry Morphew. So I'm like, okay, well, let me take a look at Eldridge. Let me take a look at this other guy, even though I know that the cops kind of let him off, named Daniel Nations. I'm looking at him, da-da-da-da. I'm looking at some others. So because of my conversation again with Gonzo, who's boots on the ground and works on a lot of cases, we had this discussion about this Garrett Kurtz. Now, I again had gone over to the Suzanne Morphew case, so I really didn't know who Garrett Kurtz was, even though I pretended like I did a little bit to Gonzo. Well, I didn't necessarily say I didn't know, because I was like, ooh, Garrett Kurtz. I'm going to go, Facebook him just as soon as I get off the phone with Gonzo. And only because I was trying to pretend like I knew who Garrett Kurtz was. Anyways, so I go look at Garrett Kurtz, okay? I bring his picture in. He's not the BG. And I'm like, oh, his nose is too round, contrary to what people are seeing on that video. Again, unless you're spending literally hundreds of hours staring at this video, staring at his face, please don't tell me what I'm talking about, because I can literally sit there and, freaking probably draw him now and draw his face with my eyes closed and every freaking mole on his face. But anyways, so I took in Garrett Kurtz. No, didn't match. I seen this picture of Garrett Kurtz and who's ever in the back of the truck and Keegan Dunker fingering the camera. And basically at the bottom, it said something about my brother that always has my back, meaning obviously, or my six, got my six. Okay. So of course I Googled that. I kind of knew what it meant, but I just wanted to make sure. So at the time I Googled that. Anyways, I was kind of looking at Keegan's hat, and I decided that, what, there was this vibe I was getting off of him that I was like, there's something about you, dude, but I'm going to come back to you as soon as I finish looking at this guy. So I spent a week looking at other people. And then I had a video that I accidentally hit fast forward instead of slow motion on. And I remembered the nose. I remembered this little turned up nose here. And I was like, oh, I know exactly whose nose that is. I just remember the flash in my head. Okay. And so anyways, so gut instinct pulled me to Keegan Dunker instantly. I just, whatever, call it what you want, call it fate, call it destiny, call it whatever you like. Do not give a shit. At the end of the day, I pulled Keegan's face into it, and I spent a couple hours looking at it. And well, not even really a couple of hours. Once I pulled his face into it, took me probably about a half an hour before I convinced myself that the markings I knew were the exact match of the BGs. And I was actually in disbelief. And I was actually pissed off the next day once I realized that this was the BG, that he had at least 10 markings that I could circle using an iPad, using a magnifying glass. I still love that story. I'm so sorry, because in my head, okay, doesn't matter. In my head, I'm like, how the fuck can a Canadian with a magnifying and a thing figure out who the BG is? And yet all you people over there couldn't? Really? That's all I was thinking. So I get home from work. I go on Keegan Dunker's Facebook, and I see this picture of him 1 year to the date holding a pig in his arms with a little smug ass look, as if to say something to the police and to say something to do with pigs. Who knows? All I know is that exactly 1 year to the date. So just how coincidental, of course, is this? The girls are murdered on Ron Logan's land. Garrett Kurtz worked on Ron Logan's land. He knew Ron Logan. Garrett Kurtz already told us in Open Secrets that he, that him and his dad and his grandpa, he grew up there, I know that they had cabins out there, So what are the chances? That's all you keep saying. What are the chances that the girls, that Garrett Kurtz has murdered two people now that we know of, in a sense? Well, I can't say murdered Ray, even though we kind of can, but can't really, because he hasn't been charged with that. But he did admit to staging Ray Hanish's death to Open Secrets. And of course, but because of the sloppiness again, because of the work, right, he's never been charged for that as of yet anyway. So it's like, so what are the chances that Nicole Bowen's dead 2 years later in 2019, 2 weeks prior, Ray Hanish is murdered? Sorry, can't say murder. Accidental homicide. Bullshit. Okay. And so, right. So to me, it's like, who else? So did it start with Delphi, that he was part of that and then got all cocky and then, like, hey, this is like a regular episode for me. That's what it almost feels like. Like I got away with it. I got away with it before, and I'm gonna do it again. I can't say, Alex, that Keegan Dunker is really the killer. Keegan Dunker is the person that is on that bridge. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about that. 0% wrong here. Okay. I don't care if people want to call me arrogant or not. But so, anyways, so what are the chances that the BG is wearing a hat that virtually has the same damn ass indent as Ron Logan? On top of that, Ron Logan is nicely off his property during the times, right? He lies about going to get fish, blah, blah, blah. But what are the chances that the BG looks like Ron Logan? Jacket, kind of, but especially the hat. To me, the hat is very telling. And so when you think of, okay, obviously, like I said, I started with the BG and then moving backwards. That's where I could start from. Okay, everybody else is going this way, I'm going this way. And then when you look at it and you look at the cryptic note, you look at the mask and the mask that's at the crime scene or the supposed crime scene on Devil's Hop Yard. Okay, that same mask that he's wearing underneath his neck here, it's not a scarf, it's not goggles, right? Okay, it's clearly a mask. I've showed you guys the nostrils. And all. So when you connect everything that's out there versus what Chris Mathis has said, what Garrett Kurtz has said, Garrett Kurtz implemented, or I should say connected Jason Palladino to the Delphi murder, saying that he had heard, rumor has it, that he was one of the people involved. Chris Mathis, remember, is saying, hey, I wish Garrett Kurtz would talk about the Delphi. Basically, it would be sweat off my back, you know, and that he should tell the whole truth. And then he shakes his head vigorously. Okay. And then you come across the cryptic note. KD is the bomb. Smile, motherfucker, blah, 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 blah. You know, I mean, I know all of us still really want to know what that note exactly says. I still think it's a map about, you know, Jason Palladino. His name's up top. The bridge. It looks like his name is the bridge because it's the same design. Again, like a map, like a star. On Ashley Garth's grandma's house, Peggy Garth. Big ass star right on her freaking house. Big ass star on there. And so anyways, bottom line is when you look at all the mouths that are talking and the things that are out there, what I call circumstantial evidence, holding of the pig, the mask, the cryptic note is, you know, again, FBI has all this stuff, okay? They know now. I would only be humoring them in when I send more things, to be honest with you. But, you know, I believe that I found a connection to Tony Klein that links to Garrett Kurtz. I believe that Garrett Kurtz probably knew Keegan Klein. I wouldn't doubt it, to be honest with you. It wouldn't shock me, because if Keegan Klein shared the post from Austin Popejoy, and that's one of Garrett Kurtz's friends, you know. So just think about it, people. All right. Keegan Dunker is Garrett Kurtz, along with Austin Popjoy, Michaela Babcock, who I don't trust with Adam, let alone Harley Babcock. Okay. I think that's just a bunch of shade. Every time I think of those, every time I hear that name Babcock, honestly, I get pissy. It's like I just get mad because I know that they're full of shit. You know, I just feel like they're full of shit every time that they open up their mouths. I could be wrong. I doubt it. But I just feel that. Even with Harley Babcock more, because Harley Babcock is like a Garrett Kurtz. Their names are everywhere. Everyone's got to be their friend. They got at least 6 or 7, for Harley Babcock, 7 Instagrams, Facebooks, you name it. If someone could take enough selfies of herself with whatever, that would be Harley Babcock. Someone that's so insecure, but yet you know that she's just trouble, to be honest with you. Oh, okay, hold on, so let's go. So really the gist of it is Keegan Dunker is Garrett Kurtz's good buddy. So there's something there, whether it's to do, because you can tell that Keegan Dunker does have issues with females. It's clear on his Facebook, okay? He talks about, if anyone says something, I'm going to stab. If anyone talks about Tabitha, I'm going to stab them in the neck. Oh, go figure. Girls stabbed in neck, yeah? Even though it's not out there. I mean, it's out there, but it's not, say, you know.
And you know it is locally, especially.
Yeah, right? So common sense says, you know, that it does make sense. I'm just trying to find the story. I don't care about the BG anymore. Okay, he will have his just desserts when it's time for his part in the girls. Okay, whether he participated in the murders, whether he didn't, whichever, he will have his day come to him. I would just like to know what the reason was, like seeing if I could figure out the connection to actually why, what happened that day. How did the girls get lured there? Why were they murdered? If this was about pedos and pictures, was this to do with, again, revenge? Was it to do with a freaking snuff movie? Was it to do with the perverse world of all that? That's what I'm trying to understand, to be honest with you. Okay, so I'm just going to go back up here. So the gist of it is that what I've kind of said from the start is that this is revenge against Derek German, the dad, Ashley Garth, perhaps because of her child being given guardianship to Peggy. You know, it doesn't mean it's 100% right. No, the BG 100% right. The actual story, it just that it makes sense to what we're seeing, but could be wrong. Okay. I'm not saying it's right. It just is one of the more logical things that makes sense because of Jason Palladino connection, KD, Garrett Kurtz, Ashley Garth, right? Chris Math is talking about it. So it's just something that truly makes sense. Tina Rodell talking about it, talking about who was at the bridge, talking about her daughter. It just makes sense that there was onlookers that, and why he had a microphone on his and a headphone that he was wearing, you know, all stuffed up in his jacket. This was a planned event for sure. So let's just go up to here. Okay.
Did you see Alex said something in there? Did you see his message about Keegan being molested?
As in Keegan Klein, I think. Can you guys, if you guys are going to talk about Keegan's, please, mine is Keegan Dunker.
No, he said Keegan Dunker.
He said Keegan Dunker was yeah, it was Keegan Dunker was molested, he said.
Okay, so let's see here. Eric Alter is Donald Carroll. I'm not sure who. Anyway, we'll come back to that. Alex, I'm not sure where you fit in the mix in all this. Alex Logan. I feel like Alex, you know that person I messaged a while back with regards to Nicole, are you? I just remember because the last name was Logan, I remember, and I remember thinking, you know, Ron Logan. But it's been a while. Anyways, is Keegan Dunker really a killer? So I answered you on that one. Okay, who's Eric Alter? So that's a name that I've heard, but I don't know who that is. I believe they are all. I believe they are all like. Yeah, Jennifer. You know, this is going to be one sick and twisted freaking ass mess that will finally come to a head at some point, and that's what I feel like. It's like the pot's boiling, and we're just waiting for it to.
Right. And I think there are so many people involved in different types of shady activity with this that they all have, not all, but I think so many people have different things to hide. They don't want to come to light. That's why we get so much misinformation. Because, you know, there can be more than one crime happening at the same time.
Oh, absolutely.
That, you know, they're trying to cover their asses for. And it's what's creating the block in us getting the truth about the girls.
Yeah. I don't pay attention to Harvey Carroll, Alex. So I don't really know what's going on there because people are always using people's images and doing really twisted things out there and freaking true crime land there.
Right.
You know,
I'm Greeno, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I think I want to be. I want to be Mrs. Fucking Wonderful. Right?
Are you Static Heart or what was her name?
Oh yeah, yes. What was it?
That's
Static
you.
Heart,
That's
Elastic
you, right?
Heart.
Elastic
Yeah,
Heart.
I want to be Elastic Heart. I want to be that dumb idiot that believes Keegan Dunker that I used to live in Indiana and live beside his grandparents and I did drugs and I always turned him in and I hated his dad. Yeah, and then I moved up to Canada. You're right. What was I thinking? I don't want to be Mrs. Fucking Wonderful anymore. That can be Mama's role or Deb's. Yeah. Okay. So let's just quickly see. The hat was stolen. I believe. How many of you guys quickly think that with the hat, that hat looks pretty much identical to Ron Logan's indent. Anybody else?
The
Anybody
old
else?
man hat.
Yeah.
Like
It's
when
a
I did
baseball
this.
cap. Yeah. It's not even one of those hats, actually. I don't know why they put that on there. It's clearly a baseball type of hat. Yeah. But how many of you guys, like, meaning you guys, Deb, Mama, how many of you guys believe that possibly that they, but while Ron Logan was away, like shimmied on into his place, borrowed some of his clothes, and they tried to almost like frame him because obviously they would find his DNA all over the place.
Right. Could have been done very easily. He wasn't home, so maybe
Right.
he kept that hat and coat in the barn.
You know,
Why
maybe
were they so connected?
Why
Like
were who?
I've never understood that. Like, why was Keegan so connected to Ron Logan?
Keegan
Like, where did
or Garrett?
Garrett? I'm sorry,
Oh.
yes, Garrett. Like where did that connection come from that he would have so much access into Ron Logan's life?
Garrett Kurtz, because Garrett Kurtz and Keegan Dunker were like close. So
No, I
like,
meant in Ron Logan's
And
life.
Ron Logan's.
That
yeah,
he would have
we brought
access
him
to
into
all of
Ron
that.
Logan's space, introduced him to the thing, because word on the street is that there were illegal drug practices going on Ron Logan's land because he
Okay.
owned that 40 acres. So
Okay.
it's more like a drug type thing. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like it's connected with, because they're obviously connected in the drug scene. And then you hear about the rumors about there were drugs being cooked in the Wood area, things like that. You know what I mean? Garrett Kurtz is into drugs, probably goes to Keegan, that's his boy, brings him in and says, hey, listen, there's this operation going on, blah, 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 blah. And then as it goes on with all of these like little drug people or whatever, like they're ruthless about stuff. You know, you see that every single day now. And it could have been as simple as they pissed off a big guy and they're part of the little fish down the chain that's
Yeah.
doing the things for the bigger guy, maybe.
Right.
You know?
Was Ron Logan a drug user?
Huh?
Was
He
Ron
was
Logan a drug user?
he was an
No, he was an
alcoholic.
alcoholic.
He was
Okay.
definitely an alcoholic.
But there's a rumor that he, and it's just a rumor, that he was getting paid to let people cook meth on his property.
Okay.
Okay, so just to quickly, so Alec is saying all Tony Klein's friends from Perugia. Alex, I don't know who runs the Remnant in the Woods group. I've heard of it. Does anybody in our chat know?
No.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Is that, I mean, honestly, if I went down every stinking thing, like honestly, I would never have time to pick my nose, and I like to have time to pick my nose. To be honest with you. You know, there's just too many things. Every time I'm like here, I go there and I go there and I go there. You know, that's where Erin's good. She can seal you down about 20 pages of shit to go through because she's like,
you can go down a different rabbit hole every day with this case.
Yeah.
And end up nowhere.
And then Jennifer says that Tony Klein knew Brian Chadwell. That will not shock me, to be honest, because I'm pretty sure I wouldn't doubt it if, you know, Keegan Klein knew Chadwell. You know, the whole pedo thing and whatever. Like, it won't shock me. These people all know each other. They're all interconnected.
Right.
Yeah, you can tell. Like, you know what I mean? You can just see the connections happening. And of course, you know, like obviously, like Ellie, you know, like I said, I don't want to say that they're playing us for idiots, but obviously they are in their way that they're doing it. Because obviously they know a lot more. They're not going to let us know.
Right.
And this is why we're here to go, hey, you know what? We're not dumb either. We don't need to be a police officer. I'm pretty sure we can sleuth pretty good too and find out some answers that maybe they don't want people to know, or maybe they do, right? If it wasn't for the internet really helping them out and giving them some answers, honestly, you know, you literally have the internet at your disposal for a wealth of information, you know, and obviously it's up to them to sift through the shit and the good shit, type of thing. But I mean, how crazy nowadays, how fast they can get information, because that's exactly what they did. They put out Keegan Klein's information. They knew exactly that, or the Anthony Shots account or whatever, and looking for the information. And then it starts pouring in some more information with it. And I'm sure that I think like Carter said, actually, like it's been very helpful. And I'm sure it has.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, Alex, I'm not sure what, Deb, I'm not even sure what you and Alex are going on about, to be honest.
As far as what? Donald
I don't
Carroll
know.
thing? Yeah.
I don't even know what you guys are really talking about.
Yeah. Well, it's Harvey Carroll had to leave
Can you talk up,
Ukraine.
sorry?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm having trouble hearing you too.
Yeah, can you just
Okay.
talk a little closer to your speaker or whatever?
Yeah. Okay. Is that better?
It's okay.
Hang on. Let me turn this up. Okay. Is that better?
Sure, just keep talking and I'll tell you if it's not.
All right. Harvey Carroll, of course, had to leave his home in Ukraine, and he's in Vienna, Austria, and he left with 2 suitcases and his family. So he put together, and a bunch of the YouTube people put together, a PayPal that they're running through his brother, which is Donald Carroll, because Harvey doesn't have a pay access over there to it.
Right.
And Alex is saying that Donald Carroll's picture looks just like Eric Alter. And I said, if that's the case, it's very possible that Derek Godsey has duplicated some kind of account because he trolls Harvey all the time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So he's
no big
ciphering
deal.
the money into his account.
Harvey, why?
What?
What'd you say, Adam?
No, he said so he's ciphering the money away from that into his own, for his own use. Is that what you're saying?
Say that again. I couldn't hear.
He's basically catfishing that account so he can get the money.
Right. That's
Right.
what could be happening. I don't know if it is. I'm just giving him a possibility. Yeah. What were you going to say about Harvey?
Oh, I've never met anyone that had so many dislikes versus likes. Nobody, like, seriously, the guy, like, before they changed it, the guy would put out a video. It would be like 60 dislikes and like about 4 likes.
Right.
And I thought, he's the only person I know, because he's an arrogant dick, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, just an arrogant dick, but whatever. I like how they're on their lives are like really nice, but really he's just an arrogant dick, to be honest with you. And that's okay. That's him and his channel and whatever. But it just makes me laugh that that's the only person I knew that when I was looking at the videos that there was so many dislikes. And gee, I wonder why. You know, I mean, I personally feel, sorry, Harvey. Actually, not sorry. Not sorry. I really feel like his videos are so useless to me. Like, they're literally, Kate, Adam, you know the picture, you guys, Mama, on that, you know the picture that Jasper Jam or Jam, whatever his name was, when I was showing that video with the elephant man side face and then the smooth on the video? Okay.
Yes.
That's pretty much what Harvey Carroll puts out as, you know, when he puts his images over, it's like he has the morphed out elephant man face.
Right.
And I'm like, dude, okay.
And then you title it Shocking New Information.
Yeah, shocking new information.
With the pork chop.
Shocking, useless information. Because honestly, if I had to deem one person as being the most useless tip towards true crime in this one, for not even being remotely accurate, for going on this whole actually the only benefit to him would be that he would find the names of people that were around there. How come he didn't have Keegan Dunker? But yet then he claimed, of course he claimed, not on his list, but he claimed that I think that he looked into him. Dude, get off your high horse. Did not, you know, type of thing. But all of his videos were down or whatever. It's because like everyone was just trashing him, I guess. You know, when I first heard of him, everyone was talking about Harvey Carroll and the Procam, what was it? Procam? Is that what it's called? Campro, whatever it's called. Procam on the thing.
I'm not sure.
Like, yeah, whatever. Anyways, that is not no cam on his hip. But everyone was like congratulating him because they found this little dot that looks like it could GoPro. That's what I'm thinking of.
Oh yeah.
And whatever. But I guess it's like if anyone wants to go down a wrong rabbit hole, follow Harvey Carroll. Enjoy it.
Right.
Love it. Enjoy it. Because it's such a, to me, it's what, you know, if people want to go down that whole wrong path, go right ahead. You know, enjoy wasting your life. Enjoy that and type of thing. Because it's just so, whenever he shows the picture and it looks like the elephant man face, dude, the BG is not an elephant man face. You know, it's the distortion of the video. And and then somebody has it where they did the imaging where they made it look like Ron Logan. Like, this is Ron Logan. No, it's not Ron Logan. The BG is in his, well, he was 19, but basically what they're showing you, 20 in the early 20s. Okay, that's accurate. That's why they're showing you that picture. Alex, still really don't know what you're talking about, to be honest with you.
And I will say, when people go down their own path, I think it's healthy to investigate a few of those rabbit holes, even, like, as long as you have the perspective that that they are going to be at that end possibly. But because I feel like you should look at every aspect to make your own conclusion.
I was going to say, you know what? Each to their own rabbit hole.
Right.
Mine stopped the minute I knew who Keegan Dunker was. So people can say I'm in tunnel vision all they want.
Right, and I'm not discrediting you. I just am like, it's going to do their due diligence. Look down the rabbit holes.
I was going to say,
but have some
it's one of those balances of life, of personalities too. You're going to have, the people that are the doers and the followers. You're going to have the different personalities. Like, don't get me wrong. Harvey Carroll probably believes all his shit. Like the guy, like just like Sean Harmon probably believes all his shit, right?
Right.
So if that's their thing, for me, the reason why it's frustrating is because we just want justice. I when I see fluff out there, like useless fluff, it's like, come on, you guys, like, seriously, like, come on, use the information that was given. That's all I'm saying. Use the actual information that's being given out there. Use Garrett Kurtz. Use just use things that are being said, because everyone keeps saying, well, nobody's talking. Bullshit. They're talking. Why is nobody listening?
Right.
Why? They're destroying them and discarding them because they're druggies. Like a great of the population. But I'm just saying, why are people so willing to discredit as if my storyline is some ridiculous, absurd, or my POI is some ridiculous, absurd person. And I'm like, really? These people,
because people like to be cheerleaders,
so
they like to jump onto one thing and they're like, this is it. I'll be the cheerleader for this person.
Yeah, that's me.
And then their mind gets to stop thinking about it because they let someone else do the work and they'll cheerlead them. Right?
Yeah. Like I said, for me, each to their own, what they do on their damn ass channels. At the end of the day, I know that everyone cares,
Right.
It's not that Harvey Carroll doesn't care. It's not that,
Some do.
Well, the only person I think that doesn't care is probably Anthony Grino, because he's too busy going, shit, I'm in jail. How am I going to get that money? How am I going to get that reward? Type of thing. Because he blatantly has said that stuff. So, if you're going to say it, then you got to own it. If you put it out
and
there,
a lot of these guys, the rabbit holes that people go down, like Julian Powell. I'm not, like, of course, not nothing, but the guy's got issues. So a lot of these guys that people have exposed or whatever, they have problems. So it's not that they're not the BG, but they might be people that need help.
Say that last part. Sorry.
They might be people that need help.
Yes.
So
let me just quickly go down here and then people can talk again. Just Jennifer returned to frame Ron. Jennifer returned to frame Ron when it was in his possession. That sounds like Jennifer. Which Jennifer did it? Jennifer returned to frame Ron. Or was there supposed to be Jennifer?
Who's Jennifer?
Jennifer, that's in the chat here.
Oh, okay.
So I think it was just because there was no comma or space. So it sounds like Jennifer returned to frame Ron. So you guys, Jennifer did it. Jennifer, yep. I still laugh so hard when people think that Ashley Garth is the BG because of that manly ass picture. Oh, okay, hold on. Don't think the guy's jacket is the same as Ron. You know what? It's similar, Alex. It's similar. I don't want to say it is because, honestly, who knows? Oh, no, Mama has a little bit.
I went down the David McCain rabbit hole for a minute.
Sorry, Deb, what'd you say?
Ron Logan could have more than one jacket.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I just think that there's something very not right. Kind of like the whole Kelsey timeline and the girls and that they were going to go shopping. There's something missing. Yeah. There's a piece missing in there that needs to connect properly. Just like with the Ron Logan, Garrett Kurtz, girls murdered on his land, blah, 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 blah. There's something missing. There's some untruth there going on. And I don't know if Ron Logan knew or if he was being set up. I would say more towards set up because they would have maybe Garrett, like what's hard to believe is in your head. As soon as you say set up, all that's going through your head is, well, would Ron Logan normally leave his property on a Monday? And heaven forbid that a snow day happened to fall on that exact day. I know it was in the calendar year, but that would have to mean that Ron Logan typically left his property on a Monday as well. You know what I mean? Like things would have to align nicely there. If it was to do
maybe there was an exotic fish sale.
You're right at the pizza place, right?
Right,
yeah.
with beer.
Okay. Karina, no, I don't have any more brain cells left to answer any more questions.
Oh, is Karina in here? I didn't see her.
Yeah, Karina's in here. Hey, Karina, make sure that you give Ray our love. Little two-faced.
Where is Ray? I miss Ray.
Yeah. So I'll just say this to you, Karina. I don't know that I would trust your Ray so much there. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because he showed us his true colors, Mr. Arrogant. Small, because Mama, we're so stupid. How did we even get here today?
Well, and I'm not too bright either, right?
No, you're not. You know what? You just pipe down up there, Christmas light, like 25-watt bulb. Look at even when your avatar is moving, it's almost like it's shining too bright for me.
But we haven't seen Ray though since like his arrogance. So I'm like, he must have like caught on that like.
Yeah.
I believe he definitely was told something because Ray would have been in here. But like flies on shit.
Right.
And he wasn't in here, but he was in here. He just wasn't saying shit, but I took away his wrench first. But meaning Ray, because he had already made a comment about 7. I know you guys were having a personal conversation here. So, but so Ray Jones, who was a mod in here, who you think is a friend, he was doing the whole two-face thing. And so he was trying to play all ends of the field. Well, Ray, enjoy your fishing, enjoy your block, enjoy your, alone time. Because, like I said, you know what? I still thank Aaron for showing the emails to say what Ray is saying behind our backs and how stupid me and Mama are. I don't. He's like, Sonny, I told you. Remember, I told you I was going to lie to her. Yeah, dude. First of all, I don't really remember that. Maybe I remember maybe something. It wasn't because he was talking a lot, honestly. Like this phone call, his wife was there, but there was this phone call, and honestly, he was talking and talking and talking and talking and talking. And I just kind of like zoned out a few times. So maybe he did, but he didn't. But let me put it this way: as I'm reading the email and reading how basically. Just stroke Sonny's ego type of thing and how Mama and Sonny, I'm brighter than them. Like me combined is so much smarter than them. We're not on his intellectual scale and blah, blah, blah. When somebody's telling the truth because you already see the arrogance of him anyway. And then you read that and they're just like, no. I was just saying that because, and don't even talk, Deb, because you're the lowest bulb in here. So every time your mouth moves, your thing lights up too bright for me. And I gotta like, oh, Deb. Too bright. But anyway, so we just kind of razzing him right now because just for being a little asshole, to be honest with you.
But I would like to hear his point of. I would like to hear his explanation about it, though.
Yeah, I'd rather
if we could understand it. We might not be able to comprehend it.
Yeah, like I said, next shit I take, I'll think of him. Okay. Truthfully.
Is there anything else going on in Delphi today? Because I said I've kind of been out of the loop today, so.
Don't know. Again, just I don't know.
Are there any questions?
Well, I was gonna say I'm just going down the line here. So let's see. But I still don't know what everyone's talking about. Green jacket. Okay, hold on. Let me just. Oh, there's Aaron. Aaron probably knows. The info about remnants is in the chart, but I changed the name of it to evidence in plain sight. There you go. So Aaron's probably the person to ask about that, Alex. Okay, Sunny, thank you. No, we're not friends. Yeah, no, we're not friends. Or you can kiss my ass right now.
Or Karina's heard some things. I don't know whose side to be on.
I just heard things and I'm just asking. Yeah, well, because Ray's probably playing the, like we're still not the brightest bulb card or whatever. Either way,
I definitely
whatever.
wouldn't turn my back to him.
I wouldn't trust him now as far as I could throw him, to be honest with you. You don't play all ends of the fence and expect not to get burnt. But I just don't have use for that out of my life. If you're in my life and it's negatory and you're causing me distractions, get out of my life.
It's taking away from what we're here for.
Yeah. None of them seem like bad dudes. Yeah, that's why they all haven't been caught. I don't know. Who's not a bad dude? Which ones? Because most of them have like a rap sheet this long. Those towns are so small but close.
Yeah.
Actually, do me a favor. Let's see here. Whoever wants to do it. I want to take a break for a few minutes. I want to go grab something to munch on because I haven't had anything to eat besides that pineapple.
You see Mamaw down there, and you're
I know. Yeah. So, does anyone want to take over, look at the questions, or answer any of them? Go.
Deb, as long as you help me, I'll do it because
Okay. Yeah.
Together we might be able to create an answer.
I am gonna go insert some more brain cells. Yeah.
All right.
Anyways, I'll be right back, you guys. Okay. Thank you.
Go, Adam.
So, Deb, where do you live?
I live in Indiana.
You do live in Indiana. Are you near Mamaw?
I am about probably 19 minutes away.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So you all powwow when you're not doing this?
We haven't yet, but we've got shopping plans.
We do. We have some shopping plans.
And pizza plans.
I might be going to Elkhart, Indiana in June. That's not far from Delphi, right?
Right. Elkhart, that's about, what is that, about an hour from me?
Maybe,
it's not
yeah.
far.
I believe
And how far are you from Delphi? Because I was looking it up and it was South Bend, Kokomo. It didn't look super far.
No, it's not super far.
So if I end up going on, I'm definitely going to take a day trip to Delphi.
Right. We should all get together and do that.
So, like I said, it probably wouldn't be till June, but
that's okay. That's pretty much the best time to go anyway.
Right.
I know the trees will look different and everything, but
the trees will be full with foliage and things. But I think I went during August the first time I went, and then the second time I went in January, so that I could get a feel for the area, the terrain, and things like that. I just wanted to experience that going in there, so that while I was looking at things, I could have a better understanding of maybe,
I'm a visual person that way too. So seeing it in the without the leaves on it, I think would be better, beneficial for me. But I'll go. If I'm gonna go to Delphi, I'll go when I'm gonna be there for something else.
Well, you got to be prepared to do a lot of hiking if you really want to get into that.
Oh yeah, I don't. That's fine.
Bring your bottled water. And
I grew up on a farm, so I can walk across a creek and up an embankment.
Can you spit tobacco?
No, but a lot of friends of mine did. I can smoke it, but I can't. Yeah,
okay.
I always thought that was gross. My friends that would chew tobacco and spit it out and keep their Mountain Dew bottles
yeah.
But no, I can go hiking.
We'll have to plan that in June.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not 100% on it yet, but if some friends of mine are going to visit family in Elkhart, and I was like, well, I might tag along and then go do my own thing.
Right.
Go to Delphi. So I'd like,
Sounds
hopefully
like
the case is solved by then.
that would be so great. That would be so great. I hope it's going to be solved before then, but
Yeah. Have either of you heard anything about the new, like, they opened the new center for the investigation, so it's not like at the city building anymore.
right.
Yeah.
Do they still have that separate location where they're doing all the investigation out of?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that Carter said once the case is solved that they're going to have to bring in, what did they say, like 68 people or something
Yeah.
to go through everything, sort
Wow.
everything.
I was watching like the county board meeting where like Tobe was like requesting the $15,000 to put into the budget to like open it and put bars over the doors and everything.
Yeah.
And it just it seemed odd to me that I was like, like why you need a separate thing unless it was going to start picking up steam again.
Mm-hmm.
And then 2 months later it did. So
I'm just laughing at Mike Echo's comments.
Yep, you would be correct, sir. Anyway, it will be all right.
Okay, WL22 says it's 2 hours from Elkhart to Delphi. Thank you, WL.
Thank you. I didn't see that. So, which in Midwest terms, that's not far.
No. That's not far at all.
No.
Okay,
We
I don't
drive
even
an
know
hour and a
where
half to the mall where I grew up, so.
Oh, this is good when Sunny gets back. Bryn Butte says, I'm kind of new to the channel. Can each person on the panel give their current best guess of what happened and who did it? That would be something good when she comes back.
No, sorry, I haven't actually quite left yet because I was too busy looking at what people were saying, and I just wanted to answer them back a little bit.
Yeah.
So, for first, just because I answered the last one, Karina, I think Karina knows by now that we just try to keep it real. Again, Ray can kiss our ass firmly 100%. If he's saying anything different than that, we do not care. Laura Dune, thank you so much for your input. Jennifer, thank you so much for your input. Again, either of you want, even Alex Logan, if anyone is interested in wanting to come join us on the channel, just say, and I'll drop a link. Don't be shy if you have something to say and want to say it. We thank you and appreciate it very much. As for Deb, oh God, she's not the brightest bulb. I better bypass her. But yeah, no. So go. Feel free. Peace, not silence. Love you. Oh, Mike Echo, love you too. I don't want to be cheating here. And other than that, no. You guys go ahead and answer if you want. And yeah, I'll be back. And I've already said my thing, to be honest with you. So you guys can share your thoughts about that question, wherever it went again. Pretty sure, where is that question? Oh, this one right here. So yeah, so you go ahead. I'll be back. Okay, Mama, go playing with your hair. Go playing with your hair. It's gonna end up in your food.
Well.
Okay.
I'm gonna pee real quick too, actually.
You know what? Let's go together. Let's go together. Okay. I can go get the toilet drink myself.
Well, I get pee shy if I hear other people.
You get pee shy. Okay. Mama and Deb, go ahead. Take it then.
Go on, Mama. She's got me calling you Mama now.
Okay. So I just want to address it from my point of view about the comments Karina Libid said. Says, wow, Sunday, I was wondering the exact same thing. I actually thought he was testing me to see if I was actually to see if I would talk shit to, and thought you put him up to it. You know, I find strange. It's like, kind of like he does the drama thing with certain people. Because when he would send me emails, he wouldn't talk about this person was this way, this person was that way. He would ask me questions about Delphi. Like he said that he plans to come here to Indiana and he wants to meet with Garrett Kurtz, Chris Mathis, and Jason Palladino. He's interested in making contact with them. So like while he's got everybody like running off in different directions and upset at one another, which at the end of the day, it's not about the drama. Who cares? He said, she said, he did, they did, we did, you did, I did bullshit. The fact of the matter is that you shouldn't have even been talking about people like that at all. Okay.
Exactly.
Everybody is a human being. They have a right to their own thoughts, feelings, opinions. And, you know, you may not necessarily admire one trait about that person, but when you speak ugly about somebody else, or you speak ugly into the world, ugly comes back to you. And it's a vicious cycle and it's disgusting and it's evil. So nobody should have been talking about nobody in the first place. And you should know that like when you come in here, this should be a safe space to share
Exactly.
your thoughts and your ideas. I don't think anybody should be pinned against each other and all that stuff because guess what? How many people do we have on this channel at a time? Normally, maybe like 30 something regulars. Everybody has their own pattern of thinking and where they want to go and what they're going to do. And you can't tell people what to be and what to do and what to think. But you can take in consideration maybe an idea, talk about it, expel it out if it doesn't make logic, and everybody should be free to feel comfortable. And when you have like issues like this, it takes away from everybody feeling comfortable in this group. But not even just that, it takes away from Abby and Libby. At the end of the day, this is about Abby and Libby and justice for Abby and Libby. So I really hope that this is the end of that he said, she said, he did, they did, you did, I did bullshit. Because that's not what we're here for.
Right.
If that's your path, please find another because I'm not interested in it. And let's keep moving forward and making this about what it should be, to justice for two young girls who lost their lives in such a horrific manner. And yeah, that's all I got to say about that. Bren Boot says, I'm kind of new to this channel. Can each person on panel give their current best guess of what happened and who did it? I think there's multiple people involved, but personally, I can't just pinpoint one singular perpetrator. Also, and some people have their own beliefs about what's involved in this, but I have absolutely no doubt that there are drugs and child rings involved in this case, involved in this situation. And it's even unfortunate that it ties into a catfish because let's face it, we have a very, very large and horrendous trouble with sex trafficking being an issue in the state of Indiana, honestly. Because everywhere you go, no matter what way you go, east, west, north, south, this is the crossroads of America. Most of the time, you can't really get somewhere without having to forcibly come right through here. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that it expands so much more than what people think because, you know, we're looking at this, and as we are learning this information, there are things coming out that it doesn't matter. You can't traffic dead girls, but you can sell inside body parts. And really, honestly, if you really think about it, do you really think that they wanted to kill those girls? I don't think that that was their absolute intention to start with. I think their absolute intention maybe was to sell those girls off. That's why they got the attention of those girls on Snapchat and stuff. They use social media to lure them. As far as this is concerned, for all we know, they could have been trying to take the girls and trade them in. And those girls said, I'm not going to be cooperative, and fought back. You understand what I'm saying?
Do you
Because
mean their intention leading up until that day, or even on that day?
what?
Do you mean like their intention leading up to the day, or even on that day?
Bryn Butte later on down the road says, yeah, but you can't traffic dead girls. No, you can't traffic dead girls, but you can traffic and harvest in their body parts. But I'm not saying that that's what they were going to do, right? But
Right.
here's the thing: if they were considering taking those girls and selling them into the sex trade as like a message to the family, because drugs are run rampant within this
And
case, is
people will
all
do anything
through
to
it.
get the money for drugs.
It's insane. There's not really a lot of people that you can find in the area or related to things that don't have some sort of drug charge, whether it be possession of paraphernalia, whether it be possession of the controlled substance, whether it be, you know, I don't know how to explain it. Anyways, drugs are
Or
definitely
family
an
member
issue here.
that is.
So you got to think about it. And then, this isn't the first time that I've heard about this pedo ring. There's a pedo ring that's over there. They say that a lot of people in Kokomo, Lafayette area are involved in, you know what I mean? You look at that. Where was that club at?
The Lafayette Boys Club.
Yeah. I'm just saying, if their intention was to like scare maybe Derek, if he was still using or had something to do, you know what I mean, with that perspective, because you look at his background, you look at his criminal record, with the theft of anhydrous, you use anhydrous to cook methamphetamines, not to mention that.
What is it called?
Huh?
What's it called?
Anhydrous.
Okay.
It's like it's a certain chemical that you need.
I don't know how to cook meth.
To reproduce or whatever. But anyways, all I'm saying is like down the line, what if they at first were just trying to send a message like, your child's not out of reach, you're not out of reach.
Right.
They get their money, like whoever it is that they sell them to, yeah, they get their money for that. You know what I mean? But it's like sending a message to that person, like, you better take me seriously, you better do what I say, blah, 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 type thing. You never know. Somebody could have looked at those girls' photos and said, yeah, you know what? I'm attracted to them. I want them. Think about this Dropbox that's been released. Think about of all the addresses and phone numbers that Kagan Dunker, or not Dunker, but Klein, Kagan, Klein, Kagan.
It was five solid lines of redacted.
Again, okay. Anyways, you think about all of these things that are coming out now and how Kagan had asked girls for their phone numbers, their addresses, personal like information. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then if you have like a corruption going on, because let's just face it, with the type of world that we have found out that we are living in today, it is not uncommon for child pedophiles to have a networking system now, especially for the sex trade. This could lead to other things, I believe, but yeah. I'm not going to say one person did it, because I think it was a group effort. And I think it has a lot to do with corruption.
Right.
And I do believe, yeah, Jennifer Blinkert, I agree. I believe KK got them there. No, I don't think he was involved in any other way. I think that he lured them there by finding their profiles, talking to them, making sure that they were comfortable with him, allowing them to give him enough information, and he sent it right on down the line to the next person who was responsible for the next task. That's it.
So I want something that just went through my brain here, Mama, is when Keegan Klein created that Anthony Shots account, that was just prior in 2016, a couple months prior, something like that, a few months prior.
One was July and one was May. I believe.
Okay, of 2017? 16, sorry, my bad. So wait, so just to refresh me then on that, Adam. So he created two.
The Snapchat and the Instagram were created at separate times and like a month or two apart.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was the Emily one as well that was on Kick.
The Emily one, right?
Stepsister.
Right. That's the one that passed or something. That one.
Well, I think he was catfishing her, saying that she had sex with.
Yeah.
Him
It's all ironic to me that. So here you have. Okay, and for some reason December 26th seems to be a very active time for, I think it was Keegan Klein and Garrett Kurtz. Remember with the haircut video, and then you see the side writing about how they were talking about the brother in the garage and the shed, and now he's into more older females, as if, like you could tell that they were talking about young girls. But anyways, I just find that the whole thing again was some sort of plan. It makes more sense that it's more of a revenge-based killing, to the drugs, to sending a message to the Derek Germans of the world. But then connected to all of this, in the midst of all this shit, I think that, again, the Keegan Klein, perhaps Tony Klein thing was the Dropbox, whoever said, or whoever was connected to them, was using that as the lure to get the girls to go there. But it was about the revenge to Derek. That's still, I believe, it doesn't make sense that they would have murdered them if this was for the pedo reasons. That doesn't make sense, that part of it. Like, you have your Chadwell side and your Keegan Klein side that way. I think that somebody used that as the lure to get the girls. Use the, that's affiliated. And
right.
So, and I could be wrong because I haven't quite looked into this yet. So there's a Tiffany Rose on Tony Klein's Facebook. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so for me, I'm just trying to make sure I'm looking at the same Tiffany Rose that is Garrett Kurtz's cousin. The one that said that Garrett Kurtz went into his room, disappeared for a week after the murders.
Right.
Of course, Garrett Kurtz says he was coming off of his whatever. And remember,
5 days or whatever.
Hey, yeah, Garrett Kurtz, Keegan Dunker kind of have the same things to say. Garrett Kurtz says, I don't know what I was doing then. I was high or whatever. It was a freaking kite for however many days. And all I know is I wasn't murdering 2 girls. Keegan Dunker says, I don't know what I was doing that day, but I know I wasn't doing anything bad. Really great alibis, because I was sitting there going, daddy. But anyways, so it doesn't make sense to me that to me, they'd be murdered because they were sending a message. That's I'm going to still go with that because, again, if FBI, according to my friend, says that I'm on the right track, and they've seen my videos and they're saying to her, I'm on the right track, because herself is within the system. I'm going to believe that still, and I'm going to stick with that until something tells me different. But yet I feel with the Judge Fouts, the judge and Jaylene, the corruption, that's all, meaning it's just all built around each other, really. Like Derek German, for instance, would know, the Gabe Ellis of the world. I'm sure the Kokomo crew, blah, 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 fucks over people. It's clearly said that he fucks over people, and that his girlfriend is Gabe Ellis's girlfriend that they freaking owed money to or something like that, let alone with Ashley and Ashley going, who knows? I just believe that that's still more the motive, but yet I believe that the Keegan Klein, Tony Klein side of things is possibly what lured them there. That somebody said, because they could plan it because they knew the school day, right? They already knew when the school day was. So the question always became was, who did the luring? Truthfully, I don't know. I don't know if I believe that it was Keegan Klein.
And that's my thing is I don't know if I believe it was Keegan Klein that actually had the last interaction with them.
Yeah,
it was Anthony Shaw's profile, but we don't know who was on it.
Mm-hmm.
And Libby could have even given him that information. We're off school Monday.
Yeah. You know which name comes to my head over and over again, and I don't know if any of these people in chat now. Huddleston. I
Oh,
keep Huddleston. There's a Huddleston connection to me, and I keep seeing the name. I see it associated with Derek German. It was Huddleston. There's a Kyle. There's a Corey. They know it's on Libby's Facebook. Um, it's on they're on Derek's as well. I don't know why, but I keep getting Huddleston and Huddleston.
Colby?
Huh?
Colby?
No, there's a Corey and a Kyle. More so Kyle there's a Jason. I believe Jason's the dad, if I'm not mistaken. I know Jason was on the POI list, but that's not it's the Huddleston, but it's Kyle is the one I'm getting. And Jason Palladino, we already know that piece of shit is, you know, we already know from Ashley's what the appeal exactly what Jason and Palladino and that were doing with regards to planning Nicole's murder and stuff like that. But anyway, yeah. So Huddleston. So I keep seeing that name, and whenever I see it, it just bugs me because I keep feeling like this was this person was somehow involved because this person knew Harley Babcock, Ashley Garth. You know what I mean? It follows the same connections. That name.
Sonny.
Yeah.
Jennifer is saying in the chat that Jason Huddleston was murdered a few months back.
Oh. Really? Can you tell? So, anyone who's watching right now, if I was to be honest, okay, I asked Abby and Libby with the pendulum, how were they lured? Okay, so just being honest, I asked Abby and Libby how they were lured, and I asked them if the person was on her Facebook, and the answer came back yes. So I played this whole little game in a sense, which took me exactly to Kyle. And I thought it was going to be Kyle Smith because that guy's a little dickhead. The one that's in Delphi, not the one that's in Frankfurt. But anyways, so it wasn't Kyle, but it was Kyle Huddleston. And then I looked and I seen that it was on Derek's as well. So it basically, the girls said it was Kyle Huddleston to me. And I don't want to say that that's for sure, anything like that. I'm just saying from when I asked the girls, like, who lured you there, I got the name Huddleston. Because I went down, huge meth dealer. Yeah, exactly. Big connects, worked at Packers a few years ago.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Did she send the link?
I don't know why, but as soon as Jennifer typed that, I got the chills through my body.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever I get the chills, sorry, not to sound psychic and shit, but whenever I get the chills, it means that somebody's around me. It's like somebody's saying something to me. Whenever I get the chills. So as soon as I read that, it's like I instantly felt, oh, there's 69 people watching right now. What a perfect number and a perfect age and a perfect position. Just saying. Okay. I'm sorry. Whenever I see 69, it was my birth year. So I'm 52. And it was a perfect position to have sex, right? 69. So I don't want to go. I know what Adam's thinking. He's like 68. That's where you do me and I owe you one. Yeah, right, Adam.
No. I was thinking you had sex your birth year.
Yeah. Jen, thank you for sharing that with me. I'm very grateful to since realizing who the BG was, and I don't really like to ask people for help in a sense because I don't really like to bother people. And anytime I did kind of reach out, I kind of got more of a slap to my face of the truth of the true crime community and how some people can be. And I just kind of like dove back in it myself. But I really want you guys to know that the people that live in Indiana, whether it's Mamaw, Deb, not the brightest spell, but yeah, I know. But Wait.
Wow.
Wow. Just calling a spade there, Deb. No.
Uh-huh.
She knows I love you.
According to Ray.
Yeah. I like how his head was like, "Grr." But
and Ray lives in my state.
I know, sucker,
Oh.
5 hours away. But anyway, I just really wanted to say, Jennifer, Alex, anyone that kind of is in the area and is providing little tidbits here and there for me. I just want you to know that I truly do appreciate it. Again, I'm not asking people for money for donations to, contribute to this cause. This cause is straight from our hearts as we're doing this. It's because we care. And there's no other agenda behind this besides, I can't give it up. I know Keegan Dunker is the BG. I don't care. I can yell it from the rooftops all day long, and one day, the shit will hit the fan, and I know this. It's really just about keeping the story out there, trying to find answers, because we just all care and would like to know, like, what the hell?
And
Who
they
did
deserve
this?
that.
They deserve it. They absolutely deserve
so do
it.
the families.
Yeah. First and foremost for me, it's not even like the families, yes, but this is strictly for me, for in a sense, for Abby and Libby.
Yes.
That Abby and Libby, I see those girls' faces. I wake up thinking about them. I go to sleep thinking about you guys. I fucking eat, sleep, and dream these girls.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think we all think about them every day, don't I?
You know what? Yes.
Right.
October, for confirmed, Jason. Okay, thank you.
And like my third, and like the recent thought I've been having more and more too is that, like with Becky Patty's health, I mean, I think her cancer is curable, but like just the idea that, like, that woman's gone through the hell she's gone through.
Who?
I would.
Oh, Becky Patty?
Yeah. So
yeah.
So the fact that, like, something could happen to her without answers would be equally as devastating.
Yes.
And so, I mean, she's right. So Abby and Libby come first, and then Becky's right there behind in my thoughts.
Right. It's kind of like, for Abby and Libby, again, the girls left a video. Libby had the smarts to leave us a video. And that, had it not been for that video, who knows when this case, if it would ever be solved, to be honest with you. But regardless, if some people think you can't see shit of it, that's you problem, not a me problem. Regardless, it's like, I think of it as a beautiful gift. And when I think of Abby and Libby's faces, especially with those little toques on, it just, I'm pissed. And I want them to pay. And I will be so vocal about it, because for me, the BG is Keegan Dunker that was on the bridge. All the people that were involved or played part or whatever, FBI can take care of all of them. I keep saying this, I'm more humoring myself to see how much of this I can figure out. So when the truth does come out, in a sense, if we were on the right path, but we'll know that once the story is told. But, because I just like, I'm just trying to show people, like, here's some answers. Here's some pictures. He's walking amongst you. Okay. Check. FBI can take care of that part,
Right.
But at the end of the day, we just all care and want answers for these girls. Even the dick trolls that come in here and out of here, I know at the end of the day, they're in the true crime community, because they care. They wouldn't be in here. And then there's just some trolls that,
Yeah. I think there's a small fraction of that population that does it for their own sake.
Yeah.
More, like, morbid curiosity, but for the most part, I think it's good-hearted people.
I just cannot stand channels that put the value of $1 over a person or people.
Right.
And they use that to enhance their pockets. I just we
talked about that. The clickbait, the
clickbait shit, the bullshit. People like that will, the karma you put out is the karma you get back. Right? I mean, I can only be in charge of my actions and thoughts, just like everybody else can. I'm proud of the person that I am. I might not be perfect, but I'm very proud of who I am, what I stand for as a person, and what I've done in my life to help others and stuff like that. So no one can bring me down, because I have enough of confidence in myself to know what kind of person and the life that I lead. And honestly, and I know you guys are of the same cloth. Okay. I know there's other people in here that are the same mold, same cloth. And I just wish that there was more people like that, to be honest with you, instead of people trying to hurt each other, bring each other down, instead type of idea. Instead, just more come together.
When you can weed them out, though,
Hmm.
they don't matter anymore.
Right.
I mean, everyone goes through the having to deal with that shit, but
Yeah.
I think
Well,
eventually you can kind of be like, you're my people, you're not, and let's move on.
yeah. I'm very picky about who I let in my life. I am, because you have to have a big caring heart, or else I just couldn't be asked. You can't even just be average, honestly. Average doesn't cut it for me. That might be judgmental, but other people can love those people. You have to really have a huge caring heart inside, and I know all of you guys do. You know, me and Mama, and Adam. I know that you're new to us. We don't argue about stuff. We talk things like adults. We have fun with each other. And we respect each other as people, because we see each other's huge hearts, and it's not hard to be friends. Well, Deb sometimes a little bit.
Wait, who's
I'm
Deb?
gonna come kick your butt.
Cross the border. Just make sure you bring some something from the United States that I don't have over here with you. And
Okay.
it might be food. I'm not just saying. Mama, were you gonna say something there?
No, it's just giggling.
Okay. Mama's sitting there
She
with
had
the
that
camera
sexy
off.
voice going on
Cut.
for the. She had her whole raspy, sexy voice going on.
Oh, thank you.
Oh my kid, I'm jealous because I am known for my raspy, sexy voice out here.
She just had it momentarily for a minute. She was
Yeah.
like, "No, I'm just over here."
I don't even want to ask chat who has a sexier voice, Mama or Sunny, because I'd be afraid to lose, to be honest with you. Yeah.
You would have different markets in the sex phone operator world, because you would fit different clienteles.
Yeah.
Because you're both sexy and raspy.
Yeah. I have the sexy phone. Off topic here. Off topic. Sorry, people. Every now and again, Adam here
I know.
just
You
gets
gotta
me.
break up the monotony.
Oh,
Yeah.
So I have a Delphi thing that I came across recently. So remember the weight thing? Did we talk about this again? About the 20 pounds?
Yes. We
And
talked
how
about
everyone
that.
thought that was new information? That
What?
came out in 2017? They
What are we
changed
talking
that.
about?
The FBI.
Oh,
No, they changed it twice.
They have on the weight. Yeah.
They
They changed it twice? Because I found,
Yes.
some websites you can go back to what the website published at a certain date if you type it in.
Mm-hmm.
And so I looked back, and the FBI in August of 2017 changed the weight from 220 to 200. And then all of a sudden, a couple weeks ago, everyone was acting like it was brand new news. But, so
Are you
saying
sure they changed
it
it to 200? I thought they changed the lower end of the weight and then
No.
came back.
So if you I can't
Isn't
remember.
it 180 to 200? 180.
Yeah, but everyone thought it was brand new information. But it was in August of 2017 they changed it from 220 to
That
200.
was old. Yeah.
But everyone, every channel's been talking about it like it's brand new information.
Yeah, and it wasn't. But
so I found that interesting this week.
Yeah, but
everyone thought they discovered it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I remember on the ISP though but they did take down the age, they did take that part down.
Right.
About the age, whatever. But as for them reducing it, they reduced that a long time ago.
Right. But I mean, even on Graz's channel, I think Sleuth talked about it. I mean, all the channels it was like brand new information. I think even Mamaw and I talked about it. About it being weird. Because I didn't realize it was old information at the time.
Yeah. Jennifer, if you want to contribute, like I said, maybe use an avatar pic and change your name in your YouTube channel. Just don't call yourself Ray. Just don't do that, okay? But anyways, so yeah, I mean, I think we appreciate What is this? What is this? And you should be, Sunny. You know what else? Everyone else say we can't. He's everyone. Exactly. Can't. But again, I really do appreciate the information that people have to offer that are, that know the area, that know the feeling, the vibe, or, like I don't live there. I'm just a freaking Canadian with maple syrup, living in my igloo up here. That's, pretty
Well,
much.
Sunny, we're all going in June.
What, up here or down there?
No, it's just to Delphi. We just talked. We just talked about it. We're
Oh,
all
okay.
just gonna show up in June.
Mhm. Yeah.
So I guess what he's trying to tell you, Sonny, is that you got to get your ass to the States for a little small vacation,
Right.
and track your butt in the Delphi so you see what's going on with us.
I have a feeling
Exactly.
that Delphi is going to be coming to a open. Okay.
Yeah.
Going
Yeah.
from each of you guys, and even in chat. Okay, even in chat, participate. How long do you think before an arrest is made? Say 1 month, 1 year, 2 months, 6 months, whatever. 2 years, never. Say whatever you like. Adam, what do you think?
By the end of April. I had said March, and I've said March all along, but I'm gonna say the end of April.
Yeah. I say March still. Okay. Something's going to happen before the end of March.
Oh, I agree with that. But I think arrest by the end of April.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Mama.
Well,
What?
I think because of how far it is in between every time we get a new tidbit of information. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it might take a little bit longer than what we're expecting. I know that it's coming like soon. I just don't know how soon it's coming at this point.
Guesstimation.
I'd say probably a year.
Okay.
And I say another year because of how slow they are. They're arresting down the line because, they arrested that other guy that we talked about.
Yeah.
But what they're doing is they're very slow to give out that information to the community, to the public. Like they're going to know it way faster and all that stuff. And it's going to feel like we're catching back up again, like what they did with Kagan Klein's information, where he got arrested in 2017. Nobody really kind of caught wind of this. Nobody really kind of heard of this. It wasn't something that was very much talked about. And then when you find out, like you guys were saying, like it's old information, but it's like new and everybody's treating it that way. Yeah, I think they're going to wrap that thing up. And then by the time everybody knows it's wrapped up, it's going to be like explosive.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is where the whole shock thing, I think when I think of the word shocked, well, hold on. Before we say that one, Deb, did you say your answer already yet?
No, she did not.
Okay.
Nope.
What's yours?
I think it's going to be the next couple of months. I think that then they'll take at least another year, to go through everything before it ever comes to trial, maybe 2 years.
Oh, for trial. Yeah,
Right.
this is literally talking about
And you keep
an
in
arrest
mind,
has been made. Yeah. Go ahead.
This prosecutor's never prosecuted a murder case.
The
Did you know
reason,
that?
yeah,
He-
great.
Really?
He's a new prosecutor, and he's never prosecuted a murder case.
The reason I think it's going to be soon is because I have actually been involved in a case where I caught a rapist, and the case took 2 years from the time that they caught him because of, courts backed up. And because of that fact, we know that Carter, his term is going to be up.
3 years, yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's going to be soon. I think he wants to see this through.
Okay. So just quickly, someone said, Sunny, how do you put KD in Delphi on that day? I put the only thing that I have is literally the fact that I spent 6 to 7. Well, no, it's his markings. It's his markings on his face, his jawline, the curl in his hair, but the markings on the face. You can't mistake 10, 15 moles. Keegan has a bunch of little moles. I don't think people can understand. Then I can go ahead. Adam, what did you say?
I'm sorry. I just nothing to do with what you just said. I just
You know.
Ben had put something. He said Carter's a hack, and I disagree with that.
I disagree too.
That
He
Carter,
said Carter is a hack, and I
disagree with that too. Absolutely.
No offense to his opinion. I disagree with it.
Yeah.
I think he has. I think that man has intent. I think he has. I think his heart is in it.
Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. From an empath, and I don't know you guys too. I don't think there's one of us that probably disagreed. Mama, do you? Deb, do you? That Carter is legit for who he is. He wears his heart on his sleeve.
Absolutely.
Mama, what do you feel? Truthfully. Okay, get your fingers out of your chips or whatever you're eating. But vaping. She's probably vaping away.
Yeah, absolutely. Carter, he's definitely good. I don't think that he's bad. I think he wears his heart on his sleeve. He's looking for justice.
Right. He may have made mistakes, but I don't think that.
Oh yeah, you know what? He's there. His heart is for the Flora girls, the Delphi girls, type of thing.
He could have been prepared for this case.
I think the mistakes were made by Tobe.
Oh yeah, that gum chomping, donut eating. I don't like him.
Oh, did you get your 2022 Tobe shirtless calendar month?
What was that?
Your the 2022 Tobe shirtless calendar every month.
Oh, really?
With sexy poses. You can get it on my merch store.
Oh, right. Yeah, right.
It's next to the Gray Hughes daily inspiration.
Yeah.
Quotes. Sorry, I'm being shady.
Adam.
Funny. End of the year before getting arrests, deals made, tips over your people. Yeah. Who's this person? By September. Okay. By September. That's me too. I call her Chi because I'm too lazy to type out Chihuahua. So just say Chi. Okay. 6 months to a year. I think they have one doing life already. Well, I think that they actually have two doing life. That's Ashley Garth and Garrett Kurtz. And Jason Palladino, his release date is projected for 2024. And then you know what he needs? He needs another book slapped up his ass. Back into prison he goes. He needs to be probably charged for part of Nicole Bowen, So to me, he's getting off scot-free there on that one so far.
Because what goes around comes around.
Yeah, exactly. And so just like this Jason Huddleston guy, big dealer into drugs, meaning when you play with fire, at some point you're going to get burnt, and hence why, to me, again, I just feel like Libby was the main reason why type of thing, because of her dad's actions. And I hate to say it, but a spade is a spade to me. He's obviously, been doing some shady shit, and no family is perfect. Don't get me wrong, but that's why I truly feel like this was an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Fuck with me, we'll fuck with you, and we're gonna show you what pain is, dude. When you are a trader, and you know what I mean. When you don't piss off drug dealers, and if you do, then better have some repercussions. Now, again, I did hear a few times that he got warned, basically, and who knows? But I just feel like that whole Keegan Klein account, everything just seemed to happen like a flow there. Keegan Klein, Anthony Shots type of thing. It's almost like it happened like a flow, And when you kind of look at where it seemed to start to how it went after that, and then of course we all know Ashley Garth's Facebook goes down. Keegan Dunker's Facebook disappears for about 3 months. Everything you can't see. Same with Garrett Kurtz. Virtually everyone in that circle, plus more, the ones that I truly look at though, all their Facebooks just went down for about 3 or 4 months. It's all removed. I only wish that I was that fly that heard about this case back when it happened. But you know what?
When did you come across it? After Suzanne?
Well, before Suzanne.
All right.
So Suzanne was, oh my goodness. Wow, Suzanne's going to be 2 years come.
Yeah, Mother's Day.
Yeah, so I had seen it. Delphi I was just minding my own ass business, watching my YouTube, looked over to my right, and I was like, 2 girls murdered. bridge guy, whatever. And I was like, oh, don't click on it. Like I said, clicked on it. Started kind of paying attention to it. Then Suzanne. So I would say about maybe 3 weeks prior to Suzanne, her case happening, I feel like that's when I first seen it. Then I disappeared from the whole Delphi looking at it because I wasn't in it to do it like I'm doing today. I'm doing this because I brought up my channel for Suzanne. And it was only because of, doing this for Suzanne, again, made me stay, because Barry Morphew was what possibly connected. It was always sitting in my brain if he was Delphi, because I would see people say that. So it left me interested in keeping to check in on Delphi. But what happened was Delphi gave me a headache. As soon as I looked at the 2 different sketches and people saying a bunch of shit, and I didn't really read that much, but I knew enough to know that it was a headache in itself. So I was like, screw this. I'm going to go back over to Suzanne Morphew type of thing. And then that's when I decided, you know what? I'm going to go look at this case. But it wasn't like I was in the true crime community. I just decided to be a voice for the missing and the murdered and Suzanne. Because after her brother did that search for Suzanne, you could feel the lull in the case. It just seemed like everyone, you could feel it. Any person that's an empath or whatever, you just felt the draining of people's energy. And I was like, no. We got to keep her story going. Got to keep, so I made a petition thing, anything I could do just to keep her story alive. And then it just morphed into, okay, I'm going to take a break. I've made tribute videos. I'm taking a break. I'm going to go look at Delphi. And all I could picture was always this guy on the bridge that nobody knew who he was. And I was like, I don't get it. How can they have a video of voice? How could they have this and not know? Right. So in my eyes, whether or not anyone, like I said, believes me or not, in my eyes, how could a freaking Canadian figure out who the BG is, and yet they couldn't? And the reason why I still say they couldn't at the time is because why would Doug Carter keep doing interviews that said, if someone could just tell us who the BG is, take away his head? Like, why would you do an interview like that if you knew? To me, that it wouldn't make sense. You would do an interview saying other things, but you're not going to sit there and say, hey, look, guys, we know that somebody knows who this is. Take off his face and you'll know his body, his mannerisms, whatever. Why would they even promote doing an interview like that if they actually knew? So when people keep saying to me that they knew, I'm just like, no, they didn't know. They knew a lot of things, but they didn't know who the BG was. They might have had a great ass image from Disney, from NASA, whoever. They might have had this great ass decent image, but if they didn't have a name to apply it to, then where would they go? If they didn't have something. So they wanted somebody to say, hey, look, I think I know who that is, but that information just never came, really. That's how I see it. And you know what? Could be true, could be not be true, don't care. I just know Keegan Dunker's the BG. Okay, all right. Amen. Preach it, sister. Okay. Heard anything from Ellie? No one's gonna hear shit. The information I get is because somebody that I know, that's a really great person, has told me that my name was on the board, with the FBI and Keegan Dunker, my name and Keegan Dunker's name. So that just made me smile and go, you know what? It's not one person. And if people think it is, I mean, they have that power to think so. But I think Doug Carter's made enough little slips to say it's more. I think that would almost be like saying that we're the only people in this whole entire galaxy universe. I think we'd be very, that's how I feel about that.
And even if you go back to some of the very early press conferences before they even announced that the girls had been murdered, before Doug Carter came into the picture, they would use the word I don't know if one person could have done this,
Mm-hmm.
Was that it wasn't the sheriff, but it was one of the police officers
at the start. Yeah.
So I mean, some of this, because that's, I think, sometimes with cases where you get the most honest information.
Yes.
Because the story hasn't come up to be told yet.
Yeah. Keith started. Wait, does Keith need some hugs today? Are you feeling down, Keith? Do you need a hug from me, from Mama, or from
Karina's there to hug too?
Yeah, Karina's Karina's in the house. Maybe Deb. She's kind of, you know.
Karina, actually, Karina said something in here that said she was wait, where was that? She has a question that I had not heard of.
Oh, is there more down here? Am I just way freaking ass behind? Sunny, what?
Karina said Kelsey said her grandparents made sure that Tobe was held accountable. What does that mean? What do you mean by that?
Say that one more time, Adam, please.
Karina said Kelsey said her grandparents made sure to make Tobe held accountable. And I'm curious just by how so. That was at 12:05 or 2:05 my time.
Oh, okay, so that's 10:05? No, 11? Oh, it was 11:11 somewhere in the world right here. You're 3 hours difference.
Yeah, so just go back 9 minutes in the chat.
Okay, you said 05?
Yes.
Okay, oh, there it is. Okay. Kelsey said her grandparents made sure to make Tobe. You know what, Karina? Have a couple more of those, okay? That's not a complete sentence, okay? Reformat your sentence, or Ray's gonna think that you're an idiot too, okay? I can't help it, you know. I gotta ride his ass for a little bit till somebody else, you know, comes to light.
No one else is riding it.
Well, you know, Karina, if you just stay in the shadows of Ray right now, you're good. You know, same with Ree. Tell Ree, like, I'm sorry, Ree, you're not getting the attention that you deserve right now because Ray is hogging our spotlight. Peace, not too soon. Or peace, not too soon, though. We don't want to walk because all the pieces aren't there. Right, correct. Right, they have to have a solid case. I mean, this is a huge case. They're not gonna, I hope they don't do what they do with, like, Barry Morphew, where, you know, it seems like what the hell's going on with Barry Morphew, like, because of all the fuck ups and shit like that.
Did the court, did they rule anything about him trying to get his case thrown out?
Not sure, to be honest. Haven't had time to look at shit.
We would have heard of that.
We would have, trust me, it would have been all over. Yeah. Faux show. Oh, there he is. Faux show. My friends on my YouTube sending Mamaw Deb much love to you, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, see, he felt our love vibes. Can you feel it's like a Care Bear? I am Braveheart. Who are you, Adam?
I'm sorry?
Oh, hi there. How are you? How's the weather? Were you listening? I said, I am Braveheart. I'm a Care Bear. We're giving Keith our love.
Oh, if I was a Care Bear?
Yeah, you don't even remember their names, do you?
I do. What was the heart one? He was a light brown.
Yeah.
I would be Was that Care Bear? Or what was his name?
I think they're all Care
Braveheart. No,
I'm Braveheart.
This one was light brown and he had the red heart.
Yeah, I only know Braveheart. I can't remember anymore.
Yeah. So you could say I was the rainbow one, I guess.
Sure. Okay. What about you, Deb? What are you?
If I was a Smurf, I'd be Smurfette.
Oh, you're a Smurf.
Is there a cheerleader bear?
Yes, there is. Her name is Cheer Bear.
Oh, there you go. Oh,
I'm going to be Tender Heart Bear.
Oh, okay. What's what he's talking about, Adam? What's what he's talking about with the rainbow?
Well, there was a rainbow bear.
Don't you think Abby was supposed to be there? I think Abby was she wasn't the target, but
that's Cheer Bear.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's Cheer Bear, isn't it? I was like, aren't you taking away Adam's bear that he's had?
Deb said that. I said Tender Heart Bear. She said, "Isn't there a Cheer Bear?" And I said,
"We can share it, Deb, like brain cells."
Okay, that sounds like a plan.
There's enough love to go around.
You could be Funshine Bear.
Wait, I'll take that one.
Oh, I love Sunshine.
I don't even want to be Braveheart anymore. Can I have that one?
You can have that one.
Okay.
Yeah. It's called Funshine Bear?
Yes. He helps people wake up and has a sun on his stomach. His emblem is literally a sun. Go figure, Sonny.
I guess you can have it because of the name.
So if that all fell into alignment, I'm pretty sure that you guys can trust me when I say the BG is Keegan Dunker then, because that all fell into alignment too, right? It's just
Yeah.
It's just the way the world works. You know, I'm so sorry for being right. I apologize. No, I'm not actually, because I am pissed off that this person walks around, acting like that. I mean, like, I want to know that the guilt of the BG, regardless. I'm talking about the BG, okay? I just want to know that the guilt is there that says every day that what the fuck did I do? I feel bad. I'm so, whatever, but I'm still not going to turn myself in. No fucking way in hell.
Do you think he feels that way? Because
not really.
I don't think he feels the guilt.
Let me put
I
it
think
this
he's
way.
had enough people coddling him in his life that he thinks he's okay.
He's the only one out of the group of freaking druggies and meth heads and all that. He's the only one that has stayed and kept his ass in the background.
Yeah.
He's the only one. He's the only one that's been laying low. All right. And then I turn him in, and I don't care what anyone says again. I turn him in, and 3 times now he's been pulled over in last year. Okay. They know.
Hardworking single father.
Yeah. Hardworking single father, which, I'm pretty sure that Haley, his, ex, is the one that actually has the child. But he's that hard. He's full of shit, just like I lived in Indiana. Right.
He's hardworking on playing on Xbox.
Right. I just think that I'm not like, what's funny? Because I struggle with this. Because when I look at his face, there's a picture that he looks identical to my son. And the sadness that I feel in him breaks my heart. Okay. Regardless of what he did or didn't do. The sadness that I feel at him. That's why I want to believe that he has remorse for being part of it or doing something. I want to believe that. But that cockiness of him holding the pig is what takes away from that, to be honest with you.
I think Doug Carter might feel the same way, especially when he had that press conference and he said, I believe you have just a little bit of a conscience.
Conscience. Correct. Yes. And I do believe he does. I believe that he's been laying low. Like I can tell that he has this very joking side about him. You can tell that with him. I don't
think he's a drug addict. I think he's a druggie, and I think he's done but I don't think his life is ruled by drugs.
Well, he's been in jail for it for sure. He is a tweaker. He is a spice.
He likes the high.
From what I've seen, it's like he's not into meth. From what I've seen, doesn't mean I'm correct.
Word on the street is he could be a lower level dealer.
Oh, okay.
Like, meaning there's a lot of things to say that he's like, I don't want to call him a druggie and put him in the same lane as this big ass drug dealer and da. I just want to put him
when we're talking about the gauges of these people, because
like
some of them are so bad.
Mm-hmm. They called off their whoops, sorry, what did that say? Boom boom, sorry. They called off the search, was a huge telltale for me. Okay. Yeah. What dick fuck?
Thomas?
Yeah. Well, it's Patty, actually.
No.
So if Thomas Tier is Patty.
Okay.
Raiders 72. I gotta say it. He says, Raider 72 says the girls couldn't have been lured to the bridge. If either Keegan or his dad texted Libby to come, that text would still be in Libby's phone, even if Keegan or his dad deleted it on their end. It wouldn't matter. That's what Snapchat was for. Snapchat, you can set it where your messages, once you open them, it deletes like 30 seconds later. It doesn't hold forever. And why do you think they were going and deleting the Snapchat app out of that phone? Because they wanted to erase, what it was that they had been doing on that particular app. And once you get rid of that stuff, like, they're not like some of those companies. Like, yeah, they're going to have a log that those two profiles had spoken back and forth together and things of that nature. But, if they can't find it in the phone and it's been factory reset and things of that nature, and they're getting rid of stuff and then they're adding new stuff, they can't keep track of all that stuff.
Mama,
Right.
question.
What?
Because if I recall, okay,
And Libby's phone was totally reset the week before.
correct.
Right.
We know that because Becky said that it was, and she said why. So we know that, whether it's true or not, but it makes sense. Okay.
It
All
makes
right.
sense to me.
Oh my God, you make me want to smoke. Fuck you, God. All right. Oh,
You guys need an intervention.
I know, right? Okay, so so Jennifer says, Sonny, this is what gets me most. So if this recording of the BG, and I've thought about this, is from a physical phone or iCloud account, if they have her actual phone, then she thinks it's a total setup. She would think that the sister would be involved. Okay, so first of all, do you guys believe that the phone was found by her?
By who?
Or do you believe that the video came off of the iCloud? BG, like, do you believe that the phone was actually found?
Are you asking us?
Yeah, because it says if they actually have her phone, she thinks, and this is.
We've talked about this. I mean, I think
Yeah.
you and I shared. I think they found the phone, and I think it was retracted. I think it was gotten off the iCloud because I think the phone was damaged.
Correct. Yeah.
And they said, and like if you look at the wording Ellie used, they said we extracted the video from the phone.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yes. I recall it being that they got it from the cloud, like meaning
Right.
that the phone was damaged, like you said.
You know, but I think they had the physical phone, and I think they extracted it from the cloud.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I personally will never believe myself, Jennifer, or anybody else listening. I personally will not believe myself that although there's inconsistencies in the story, and I think that comes with what they're supposed to say, what they're allowed to say, what they forget that they're supposed to say, blah, blah, blah. And just, you know, everyone says different shit from when it actually happened. And then once they have time to think, I'm okay to believe that. I believe that the Patties knew more about if this is a revenge base against Derek. I believe that if Becky said those words, they have our girls, like other people have said as well, then that would be very telling that they knew more about this. But obviously, they're not going to put it out to the public, you know. So I know that there's inconsistencies to what's being said, but I do not think at all that the Patties literally had something single-handedly to do with the murders. I know that there's really fucking twisted people out there in this world that you could think that the sister was part of it. I know that shit has happened, but I don't feel like Kelsey or the Patties.
You can see broken people when you see them.
Correct.
Like you can, and those three are broken.
Yeah, thank you. That's exactly the word I would use. Broken. Mama, Deb, what do you guys think on that? Not all at once. Just take your time.
Can you repeat that? I was reading something in the chat.
Yeah. Right. Okay. All right. They were listening hard there, Adam. No, just kidding. I'm kidding. So, my thing is that I don't personally believe that the Patties, besides, I know that there's inconsistencies, but I don't believe that any of the Patties specifically had anything that partook in why those girls are dead today.
Right.
The only thing that I think is that it was a revenge situation based on drugs connected to Derek, but I don't believe that their families had anything to do with the death otherwise. And the reason I believe that about the drugs and Derek is because of the video. It was a news station that was interviewing them, and Becky said, "They got our girls."
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a very telling comment to make.
Yeah,
And
they got our girls.
Mike. Yeah.
Yeah, they got our girls. Just to answer Karina's question before, one sec, Mama. I think that was a tactic. Simple as that. We know your dad is the murderer. I think that's just a tactic, the same typical tactic, you know, that police use. You know, this is what we know. They basically try to get the information out. And if it happens, it happens. But anyways, Mama, do you believe that Patty's had anything to do with it that way?
No, I agree with Debs.
Yeah. Okay. And Jen, God, there's so many Jens. Maybe the mall first because the time was later. Absolutely. That's very plausible for that. Yeah, that they knew what time that they would be heading out to the thing. There's something missing in that equation. And I'd love to know what it is.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's what she said in her tweets when she was fighting with Rhea on Twitter. Oh, what is Karina
Oh
talking
wait,
about?
who?
Kelsey,
Oh,
I agree on Twitter, and she said, hold on, it's further up.
yeah. Can you look at that, Mama, and see what
Yeah.
she's referring to? Because I believe, because if I'm not mistaken, Karina said that Kelsey blocked her because she was telling her stuff about Keegan Dunker and blah 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 or something like that. So I'm not exactly sure. I just remember Karina saying something like that about herself, though. Jennifer, didn't Kelsey persuade them to go to the bridge instead? No. Well, Kelsey said that she's always saying no. So she thought she would.
Oh, that she basically Karina said, Jenny, I would agree, but apparently Libby asked to go to the mall first. It's not like Libby was asking to go to the bridge only. She had asked to go to the mall. She got told no. Then
Right,
she
and
was
then
trying to find something to do because she was bored. So she
yeah.
was like, well, can I go to the bridge?
Oh, right.
Or
There's
she suggested as an alternative because she thought it might be safer to meet someone at the mall.
Right.
Maybe, but her grandma, I don't know. Like, I get the impression that Becky had planned to take the girls
correct,
to
Jennifer.
the mall
That evening, later that
that
evening,
evening,
she
like
was
later
gonna.
on that
Because to
evening.
spend
Yeah,
the money they made from working for her.
right.
Right. She was gonna take them later that evening.
So
So
maybe the person was like, "That's not early enough. Like, I can't do later this evening.
right.
I can meet you now at this place. Pick a place you know." And maybe that's when she thought of the bridge because she was comfortable going out there.
I
It
think the
was
bridge was
just a peer
suggested the
that
day
she's
before.
meeting.
That
You
what?
know,
I think the bridge was suggested the day before to the
I do
girls.
too. I do too.
And I think they just had to find a way to get there.
And that's where this Kyle Huddleston comes in for me. On Derek for Facebook, on Libby's. But what was weird was when I asked Pendulum, how did this person communicate? The word that was spelled out, clear as day, was fidelity. And I'm like, is that a new app I don't know about? Fidelity, like, because I'm going, is it Twitter? Is it this? No. And then all of a sudden I'm like, okay, well, let's just start ABCDE. And it literally spelled out the word fidelity. And that threw me off, to be honest with you, because instantly my mind went over to Lindsay Robert, about the whole pregnancy thing. And I was like, get the hell out of my brain on this one. But why the hell did it spell out fidelity to me? It literally spelled out fidelity. And I'm just like, so that one's been kept in my little pocket about that. Don't know. Again, whenever it comes
Do you think there's validity to that? Because I mean, don't you think that would have been in the medical? I mean, that's public information in the medical report, right?
Well, the thing is that supposedly they were sliced and diced like a bear, like a deer. That basically,
but like Becky said, didn't Becky say, well, then it would have been 3 counts of murder?
Correct. But that's
Indiana.
what they would have known for sure. But let's just say, because the way that they were left in the woods is not how they write. So if we truly go with, I think, what is going to come out to light at some point, chances are they were. Because there's supposedly a bleach bottle there left at the crime scene.
Toilet bowl cleaner.
And that they were gutted basically like a deer. Right. Would that ring true? Probably. Libby, right? That would ring true. Some people keep saying Abby was the one pregnant. Some people say Libby. But when I asked them, when I said, were you raped? No.
I don't think they were raped.
Was one of you pregnant? No. Okay, so why does this word fidelity keep coming up then? I'm going to have to talk to my pendulum again and just ask, because...
Well, couldn't fidelity also represent children just
Well,
in general, and you go
well,
to the Ashley Garth thing and
correct. The
the
cryptic
revenge
note.
of children being taken. That's fidelity. You know, I mean,
Well, not only that, but on the cryptic note, fidelity is the moon, crescent moon, and star. That one of the main reasons for that symbol
right.
is to do with fidelity,
And fertility.
fertility, exactly. And there's also, I can't think of it off the top of my head at this second, but there's another one that's part of that note as well, and I'm trying to think of what it is. If it was it pi? There's another fidelity reference as well, and I cannot for the life of me think of what it is at this second. But
High
anyway,
fucking Kai.
I can't remember if it was the word pi, or chi or pi. There was another connection to the word fidelity again. So that's where there's that piece of me that goes, okay, like let's think of the different scenarios. Were they killed because we know that, say, Michaela, so it was said that Michaela Babcock was, supposedly taking them, basically leading them to, it was probably more like Harley Babcock. Remember how there's a picture of Michaela Babcock with Garrett Kurtz, and they were like really good friends, of course, and that basically, so you can kind of see that possibly maybe that the girls were with these guys that were older than them. Perhaps there was a sex thing, and that, that Libby was taken out for that reason. Right? I mean, it's a possibility.
Right. Because Libby. I don't want to just say bad things about her, but I mean, Libby was clearly hormonal. Like she's at that age. She's
yeah.
And she was interacting with people online, and
my twin sister was 12 when she first had sex. I was 15.
Right.
I waited a long time.
So she might have been flirting with older boys online.
You know what? When I listen to the way Garrett Kurtz talks, when I listen to about the whole like young girls for adult pics being, and stuff like that. I go back to my niece who was probably about 10 years old, showing off her titties to this older guy online and stuff like that. And yeah, just kind of like Abby's mom didn't know that she had, the Facebook or probably Insta, what all the different things. She was very naive to Facebook and stuff like that. Like I said, I think about, she was definitely probably hormonal. So let me say this. If it's, I still believe it's the revenge thing. Right. But I'm not going to say 100% for certain. I don't know.
Right.
It's what makes sense to the whole Keegan Dunker thing. Because I have to make sense to always Keegan Dunker. What role would he play and why? Would it be because somebody that was in his friends, that she was pregnant and that she was going to charge for rape? I don't know. I think it's just that one's a little bit more far-fetched for me, but yet it's still something that's plausible. To me, that's plausible. Becky doesn't feel like it's almost like disgusting to her that Robert Lindsay would even mention this and stuff like that.
Right, because it's her 14-year-old granddaughter.
Correct. I just think that it's a plausible offside one that's plausible.
Right.
But
I think it's plausible. I think it's plausible for that reason, or I think it's plausible to show that there was that much hatred towards the motive of it, that they wanted to humiliate them to the point where they wanted to create that evilness in it. Like, say it was revenge. Like if they wanted to put so much pain on Derek that they wanted to dehumanize the girls even as far as they could. And what better way than to take away that last tiny bit of innocence that they would have had, even if it was just an illusion.
Yeah. Raider says the girls couldn't have been lured to the bridge if either Keegan or his dad texted Libby to come. That text would still be on Libby's phone, even if Keegan or his dad deleted it from their end. So
we don't know that it's not.
Right.
Because we don't know everything was extracted from Snapchat. We know that Snapchat was subpoenaed, and we know that they cooperated.
Restarted the phone a week prior, whatever it was.
Yeah.
We don't know a lot of stuff.
But Like, we don't know what
Yeah.
Snapchat was able to retrieve from that day.
Mhm. And all
Because they
fairness,
timestamped the videos, they timestamped the pictures, so they may have some of those chats in Snapchat that they just haven't released.
yeah. So Laura says, when this gets solved and a Netflix movie gets made, Sheriff Tobe isn't going to come across well. Special casting required, right? Yeah. Biggest. I'm sorry, but who the hell calls off the dogs? Uh what is it? But I believe Libby totally erased her phone a few days before the killing. Could have been a few days. It was said a week or so, but it could have been a few days. You know, there's certain information they're not really truly going to give us. Fucked up shit at that crime scene. Mike Gecko. I definitely had a nobody in this case, but I feel like they're keeping this so under wraps that the killer or killers were doing this to send a message to the father. Yes. Okay. Meaning Derek. I think so. I think it's the most logical. And again, could be wrong, but it just seems like when you look at the everything, it just seems like it's the most logical. He has lost weight. Has his life gotten even more out of control? If not, kids 30 and under nowadays have no conscience. They see murder and sex and drugs and abuse and blood every single day. Has he lost weight? Who are we talking? Are we talking about Keegan? So who are we talking? Hey, wake up, people.
Yeah.
Is that what she's talking about?
If we're talking about Keegan Klein, then we all know he hasn't lost that much weight. He was never that thin that he could be BG.
Yeah.
We all know that.
Yeah, she doesn't. Well, she knows that he's not the BG or his dad. It's true, Laura. He's going to be look like a bundle. He sure is. Online on TV games, they're numb to it. Nothing to most. Yeah, absolutely. Actually, on that one, Jennifer. Extracted could also be from a physical phone as well. Yeah, I'm just going by what I remember myself, and it was that they had to extract it from the iCloud.
Okay, so I dropped my phone in the road one day, and it got ran over by a car, and I was able to still plug the phone in and extract the information to from the actual phone, but it still came from the cloud, if that makes sense. So it's like I had the physical phone and I extracted it from the physical phone, but it was still coming from the cloud. If that makes sense, I don't know. Because when hardware is damaged, it has to get it from.
Like I said, I mean, my brain just remembers just hearing that they had to retrieve it from the cloud.
Here's a question though, like, isn't it weird how because there's been speculation that Abby had a phone and that Abby had this and that, but like what purpose has Ellie had to never mention that, and other than the occasional their phone, but they never hear about Abby's phone.
No, but I believe she had one, and the reason I believe she had one is because of Kelsey's comment about saying we tried calling the girls' phones.
Right, but it's like you hear so much about Libby's phone, but like, why do they never mention Abby's?
Right, because they're keeping it close to their chest. Yeah.
Right. So I wonder what's on that phone.
Yeah. I recall if just out of memory banks here, I recall something being said about that they used
just to send her the video to Abby's phone.
Yeah.
Which is,
so I won't be shocked if there's a phone that's Abby's. I believe that she had one. I just
find it interesting that they never talk about it.
Yeah. Right. I think that there's always usually the truth lies in the middle of something like that.
Right.
After rehacked my Wait. Yeah, after re-hacked my main Twitter, your freaking own cousin hacked your Twitter. I made a new one where I followed Kelsey and sent her your info, and she blocked me. Hmm. Well, it's not like Kelsey goes out of her way to answer me back. Becky does. Kelsey doesn't. Sometimes, I mean, I get it. It's kind of like, from my point of view, you're like, look, I'm freaking doing all this shit for your family, and I don't even have to. Not that they're asking me, but I'm keeping your guys' case alive. So, type of thing. But by the same token, you're like, well, how many people do they have to deal with, really?
Well, and we all know who Kelsey's point of view on YouTube is. If she were to ask someone, what's your opinion of this creator? We all know who she's going to ask.
Oh, wait. So, what's your opinion of what?
So, so if Kelsey has a question about a creator on YouTube,
right.
we all know who she's going to go to ask about their opinion of that person.
Right, exactly.
And then I think she's going to take their advice on
talking about great pubes.
If there's a name, there's a name.
Yeah, there's a name. Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's a moderator for him, right?
Oh yeah, Gray. He just makes me laugh, to be honest.
Right, and I'm not saying anything negative about Gray, but I am. I think she would ask. I think her first thing would be like, "Hey, Gray, what do you think of this person? Should I talk to her?"
I just, you know what? I cannot stand fake people. And so it's kind of like when you're watching him be dicks to so many people, like, meaning he's a consistent dick. Yeah.
Right.
And that's okay. That's his game. That's how he gets money and subscribers. You know what? All the power to him. Right? If people are stupid enough to like abuse like that, here, let me just slap you around, bitch. Oh, give me some money too. By the same token, that's what it feels like. Here, let me just abuse you with words and blah blah blah. Oh, now what? Donate $5 to me, just because I was nice enough to even mention your name or even talk about you. But then all of a sudden he'll be talking to Kelsey, and it's like, just feels like, yeah, and we're really so sorry about everything that's happened, and and you're like, really? Like, who squinched your balls together and made you talk all of a sudden, like in this little nicer
I've actually never heard him talk to her. I just know that she's a mod.
Yeah, I've watched a few of his things, and it's just cringing when you're watching somebody that's a consistent dick, and then all of a sudden the little nice apple comes out when it's Kelsey's on or whatever, right? It's like,
something in the game.
Yeah, it's like, could you curl up their asses even more? That's how it feels. And I think to myself this, all they care about is the coverage, regardless. So they know that, I'm sure that he acts like a dick, and they're not blind, but they just love the coverage of the case, of what they're getting. And why wouldn't you? So you're going to ignore
it because he gets the viewers.
Right. So, you can't blame them, but you can't blame them because obviously all they want, really, all Becky says really is that they just want people to remember, don't forget, right? Keep our story alive, keep the girl's story alive. So, I mean, if it happens to be vicariously through Gray Hughes the dick, then so be it, Again, I say that very loosely because I get that Ray Hughes is Ray. Why am I saying Ray Hughes? Wow, 2 dicks in one sentence. Okay.
Hey, who's snoring? Is Mamaw? Did you fall asleep?
It is the weekend.
She's going to blame her husband. You know this. He's probably not even home. Remember when Grizzly fell asleep on me the one time? But it was like both of our faults because we were just staying up really late. Thank you, Adam, for not falling asleep on our live. So
I would never fall asleep on a beautiful woman.
I think we should put Mamaw to sleep.
I
just want to hear her start one more time.
Something else put Mamaw to sleep.
Yeah. Well, Mama,
I wish we could put shaving cream on her hand and like dip her in.
Well, we should just timestamp her and be like, okay, like what time? Here, let me just Mamaw snoring. Okay, so that comment came
Send her a
in.
message on Messenger to wake her up because she'll hear the ding.
So 11:48, 12:48, 1:48, 2:48. So at 2:48, we'll tell
Yes.
Mama, if you want to hear yourself snoring, just go to that time. Everyone, say goodnight to Mama. We're going to put Mama to sleep. All right. Good night, Mama.
I'm going to jump off here in a few minutes too. I've got to get some sleep. It's almost 3 a.m. here.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
How are you feeling, Adam? Are you feeling
I'm
tired?
good for a little bit. I mean, I'm not going to stay up till 1 p.m.
No, me neither.
I was just going to ask if when I wake up tomorrow, am I going to see you guys still on the YouTube sitting there talking?
We don't always have these things, Watch us, though. Get us.
Those are our body doubles. We just bring
Yeah.
in the second shift.
Mm-hmm. I know. Right. Autopsy would know if the girls was pregnant. Not if they were gutted, right?
Yeah.
If they were.
Which goes into the hunting thing too.
Well, exactly. Because I know from watching my ex-husband gutting a deer and stuff, like you're literally just
Right. It's
type of
yeah.
thing.
Now, do you think both? I mean, because
Okay.
I always heard Libby, but was Abby. Because I only heard with Abby the neck and the heart, but I
Right.
never heard the gutting with Abby.
I would say if it
And
was,
I hate to
probably
even
the one.
say that.
I know.
Can I
You know
make
what?
this point? If the girls were pregnant, even if they did some horrible thing and gutted them and took the baby out, it would still be HCG would still be in her bloodstream, and so that would be detectable.
Right.
I don't believe she was pregnant at all.
I don't think
It's
that
a
she was either.
very. It's
But
a
would
very.
they have to release that if she was?
No.
Because they never released how they were killed.
Except
So-
that if she had been, then
just
there would
think
be
it's-
3 murders. It would be a charge for 3 murders
That's how it is
in
in
the state of
Indiana. 'Cause I
Indiana.
know it's different.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. But yeah, I'm just gonna kind of like that one. I'm just not gonna touch, because I just think it's a little bit more far fetched out of it all.
Right. And I don't think it has anything to do with our business.
And you know what? Robert Lindsay has that twist to it, so he can have that. He can own it. So Jennifer says it was on the phone. KK was told by police he was the last to talk to her on Catfish Count. I don't necessarily believe that's true. As much as I use a tactic to make him think he was the last. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. I don't necessarily believe that because we watch enough shows, real shows, 48 hours, stuff like that. We know that they say shit like that just to get a reaction, just to, to see what get a reaction, see what they're going to say.
Right.
I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think that Keegan Klein was told by police that he was the last one to talk to her on the Catfish Count? Do you think that that's true or not? Or that they're just using it just to see a reaction, to get a response?
I think Anthony Schatz was the last person I think the profile was the last thing to communicate with her, which is why I think that they let him go.
What date was that on? Sorry, what date was that on?
The 13th.
It was on the 13th.
Yeah, the day they were killed.
Yeah.
Was it not really? Was it on the 13th?
Yes.
Yeah, I think kind of near the time they were at the bridge. Like from what
Did I miss this whole thing?
But I don't necessarily know it was Keegan Klein.
No,
Klein
but
that
I know that we saw this Instagram thing where he had requested. Maybe I'm missing something and not seeing something. I know that there was a request put in from the Anthony Schott account, or no, was it Keegan Klein's account or Anthony Schott's? That one, the one where it came across and it showed a request, a friend request.
And
yeah,
he
but
liked
that was
her
much
picture.
earlier. That was much earlier.
Yeah. I've always taken the 13th.
Somebody tell me in chat to make sure.
I thought he was interacting on Snapchat on the 13th with her.
I don't know, Jennifer. If you know the answer to this, please put it in chat. I just want to know.
But if that was the case, I think that's why they let him go, and I think that's why they followed him for so long, because I think they wanted to see if he would slip up, and then I think they kind of gave up on that avenue. And then the day he changed all of his employment records to Vegas, it was the next day they arrested him. Or the next day, or 2 days later. Did you know that?
Yes.
So yeah, they let him be free for all those years.
Yeah.
And he went on Facebook and started changing the dates all around, and that's when they arrested him. They let him be free for 4 years, and then he changed the dates on Facebook, and the next day they're like, okay, we're arresting you. Like, I just found that coincidental and weird. Because I think they realized that his part of the investigation was going to go nowhere.
Kelsey on the night of the 13th? Mandolin? So why did Barbara McDonald ask KK on the night? Kelsey? Maybe my brain's fucking dead right now because.
Oh no,
Kelsey
there was something about that. Kelsey didn't she like go into Snapchat, and I think she saw that the last person that Libby had communicated with was that profile, and she messaged them, but we don't know what she said.
Okay.
Right.
That was my understanding, correct?
Yes, that's what I understood too.
Okay.
Why would she delete like apps?
I don't know if she deleted apps. She was deleting things. It could have been comments that at that point she thought Libby was just missing.
No.
Right.
No, this was after.
No.
It
was that night.
It was that night.
It was that night
she went and deleted stuff. But okay, so say Libby sent a topless picture to someone, and it was on a profile. As a sister, I can see where you would delete that so that your parents or grandparents didn't see it.
Right, and being only 16 years old.
When you're looking at it through the lens of something bad, you're like, in her mind, she wasn't thinking they'd been murdered. She's just like, oh God, I don't want our parents to see this.
Right.
I would do that for one of my siblings. I think.
Yeah.
Unless they piss me off.
Guys, I'm going to jump off here.
Yeah.
And I will see you next time.
Okay, Deb, thanks so much.
Thanks,
I can't wait to see you here next time, Deb.
She wants to get off so she can get proper sleep so that when she wakes up in the morning, she has 2 brain cells instead of 1.
3. Right? I'm going for 3.
Wow.
Who needs 3 brain cells on Sundays?
Yeah. I'm going to outdo all of you. All right, guys. Thanks. Bye.
Okay,
good night.
Good night, Laura. Good night, Laura, as well. She said tornado warning in Indianapolis. It's in the interview transcript. Oh, what I read? Probably. You see, after a shitty sleep and a long day at work and whatever, my brain is like, it's just, meaning, to be honest with you, I'm not going to lie. I didn't overly pay attention to everything with the Keegan Klein thing. I paid attention to a little bit of it, but not a lot. And it's just because I deemed him that if he was part of it, it was something that the FBI and that would take care of. My focus has been the Garrett Kurtz, Keegan Dunker, right?
Because you knew he wasn't that.
Right. I knew he wasn't the BG, but it didn't mean that he wasn't intermingled somewhere, kind of like James Bryan Chadwell, a type of idea, Judge Fouts thing. I'm leaving that part to, like I said, let the FBI take care of those answers. I don't have the time of day to dig into everything and everything that's going on. But now that he kind of came back to light a little bit, it's more about the lure part that I want to make sense of, because it's so twisted to me in my head of, okay, why is they talked about that they were going to go to the store, you know what I mean? Like, if they were to have said that they had plans, if we would have heard that they had plans to go to the bridge on the 13th, okay, everything kind of would have flowed more about a lure. Nothing about that whole timeline is making that much sense, because somewhere somebody's not telling the truth. Right.
And even if it's an honest overlook or something, there's something So I feel like there's an easy explanation to it all. I just
Right.
don't know why it hasn't been cleared up. Because then remember there was also that 20 to 30 girls that she told friends that she was going. Remember that when they were like, oh yes, she would let a whole bunch of girls know that they were going to the bridge.
I don't. What I remember, I don't remember that. I know that Kelsey said that 10 or 20 people were there. What I
Right.
remember is that on Web Sleuths that Tara and Becky were talking to Trish from Web Sleuths, and basically just that Tara, whatever you want to say her name,
Right.
had said that Libby loved to be where the action was. That she knew a bunch of people were going to be at the bridge that day, and she liked to be where the action was.
Mm-hmm.
So I still feel like the 12th, and that's why I asked Becky about Michaela Babcock. Like, was she
Right.
there? Was she the one that got them to kind of like that? Hey,
Right.
hey, let me push you
And
towards.
she didn't seem interested in that at all. Like she just, because I remember listening to that when you were talking about it, and she was kind of just like, I don't know, they hung out when they were younger, but they haven't
Yes.
seen them,
Yes.
Which,
Yeah.
again, could be completely honest. Like I have cousins I was close to as a kid that I haven't seen in years, but
Right.
it does seem weird.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The mandolin. I want to say mandolin. It's not it's Mandiel.
Mandy.
I keep
Right.
wanting to say mandolin for some reason every time I see the name. I don't think that there was no accident to delete. That's BS, probably. Right.
Who owns Drop? Is it Dropbox?
Yeah.
Does Google own that?
Yes, I think so. Believe so. Google. Yeah.
Like I feel like can't they subpoena to find out who logged into that account?
I'm sure. Oh yeah. I'm sure that they have.
But
But
I feel like they should have every name the person that.
Oh, I can only imagine. And I can only imagine all the fake names, emails, like things created.
But they're all going to be tied to ISP addresses or
right?
IP address.
But you can block that. I mean, you can hide that.
I know.
But I mean, you like usually when you're in that type of thing, you're using programs to try to block,
Right.
or
like the VPNs or whatever.
Right. Which make it harder, but not, of course, that they couldn't be found. Just that it makes it harder.
And my only hesitation with the whole Derek thing has always been, and I think I've told you this before, is, and I'm not discounting it, is I feel like if, I mean, we don't know who Derek ratted on, but if my daughter was murdered, and I'd been warned,
yeah,
the police would know every single person I ratted on, and I would think they'd be the very first people the police would look at.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And so I'm like, I feel like if it's that cut and dry, I feel like it would have been solved by now. So I feel like there's still a missing piece, even if that is the motive.
Yeah. Like I said, for me, I 1,000 billion% know that it's Keegan Dunker.
And I'm not discrediting you at all. Like
no.
I know regardless of what it is, I think there's a missing piece here somewhere that is stopping it from getting
correct. Well, like I said, for me, like I said, if the missing piece there is that they didn't know who the BG was. So although they might have realized a motive of the, like, you know what I mean? That it was to do with drugs or revenge or whatever, perhaps if they didn't know who the BG was, I mean, it's not like they don't know this information probably, but obviously it's more about that probably the only thing that was missing to them, probably for not a lot of it, but a good chunk, is who the BG was, and then sifting through all the effing crap about why it happened, who was all involved, and then I'm sure that while they were digging, that it just exploded into a bigger case. You know, I think that it was one of those things that the attachments of this leads them to, oh, this shit's going on, type of idea. So that's where I think that they'll keep thinking that the whole shock thing will come into play when people are going to be shocked, because Judge Fouts doesn't shock me, but.
And then and then the whole misdirection thing. So it's just like there's all these different aspects to it that are like,
Also, when you sorry, say that again, Adam.
I know I said, and then, it's like they made a point to say about the misdirection, like, the
Yes.
thing for, so it's like,
The
I've always taken
misdirection.
that as the rape. Like, I've always taken that
Right.
as they made the, like, to
Right.
me, I was like, I don't think they were raped, but I think they tried to make it look like a sexual crime.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong, so I'm like, who knows what
I don't think that they were raped. No. But
yeah, but
I think that there was
we
a
don't really
misdirection.
know what the misdirection was.
Right. No. Exactly. I think that when I can't remember how it was worded, but when Carter said again that, or who was it that said that basically when the truth comes out, families are going to be torn apart, something like that. Do you remember that in the last?
It was Carter or Ives.
Yeah, I think it was Carter.
They're the two I've listened to the most because I think they're both genuine
exactly
in what they've said. So I've listened to them both. I think it was Carter.
Yeah, I think so too. I wanted to say Carter. Hi, Public Art. Even though, let's see.
Public.
Yeah. Let's just see. So Mandy, I'm just gonna say Mandy, even though I want to say Mandolin each time. And it was likely a one-way communication type thing. I don't think any family are guilty, but that's not an accident. But that's an accident asking that without clearing it up. Wait,
Right.
what? Let me read that again.
What?
It was likely a one-way communication type thing. I don't think any family are guilty, but that's not an accident asking that without clearing it up. Not really sure I understand that. I think I might be too tired to understand that.
And it was likely a one-way communication type thing. Are you saying that maybe that he the catfisher was texting Libby and she wasn't responding, or Libby was texting him and he wasn't responding? Is that what you're taking as?
I'm not taking it as anything. I don't really actually know what that's saying.
Yeah.
The last part I didn't understand. Yeah, if you want to re-say that, just so, and can you dumb it down for us because we're kind of tired.
Because I know there were reports that the communication between the profile and Libby had ceased in the days before the murders. Do you remember that?
The what? Say it again.
Instagram. I think they were talking about Instagram, but they did say that the Instagram communication ceased.
Right.
Which, in the days before the murders.
Yeah.
Because I think it moved to Snapchat. Yeah.
Well, he got them from TikTok to go to Snapchat.
Right.
I know that.
Because they knew that he could hide any of the, he could screenshot a booby picture and then it would be erased off of the internet. But he'd have it. Which means Ellie has it.
Yeah. Just quickly, so I guess Indiana's looking at getting a tornado heading their way.
I guess. So so Jennifer, I'm not familiar with this Jennifer Blinkard, and she's friends with Tony Klein?
Who?
The Jennifer Blinkard in the chat. She's saying about how she was known.
Yeah. Jennifer, if you want to answer that one, feel free.
Because I might have just missed that earlier in the chat. I apologize.
Like father, like son, and full interview transcript. Yeah. So, Chino, I believe that he was lured there under the catfish, and Abby wasn't even supposed to be there. I don't know why he's still in jail for 30 pics. Okay, so Keegan Klein, I think she's saying, is in jail for 30 pics.
Okay.
So basically, 30.
So he thinks. So she knows Tony Klein or Anthony Klein, and she thinks that Kagan lured them to the bridge.
See, I think she believes that. Yeah, one of the two or something.
And I think it was more like 100 pics, if I believe the HLN thing, right?
Yeah, I don't recall it being 30. It was a higher number than that.
Because he said it was. He said he received pictures from everyone. He said that they all sent him pictures.
Oh, what's
But
husband sending? 1 second in here. Oh,
I
1 second.
don't think Barbara said Kelsey on accident.
Okay. Um, 1 second here. Just got a message.
Oh, you're fine. I'm just reading Mandy's
Yeah, just go
message.
ahead. Read. Go ahead.
I don't know who it was, but someone said Libby was speaking with at some point. Seems to me. Mandy, have you been drinking? IDK, who it is, but it's someone Libby was speaking with at some point. Seems to me. Okay, I get it. There's a phone that account was on that Ellie doesn't have. TKL yeah, RPG. Okay, yeah, no. I don't think Barbara said Kelsey on accident. So okay, so she's referring to like her deleting the stuff. Exactly. Insta stopped, but Snapchat started. So that's what I think too, Jennifer. That would be because he thought the lore couldn't be traced, which apparently is partly true, partly not true.
Mm-hmm.
And Mandy said, yes, and that was in the transcript that was left out of the podcast, which I was scrolling over today. I haven't read all of it, but you sent it. Sunny sent it to me last night. So Jennifer, you've known TK since you were 12 or 13. No, you're not friends. He likes girls that are young. So so Kagan's dad likes young girls too. Shocker.
Right.
That's probably their Klein photography account. And they very specialize in pictures of children.
Jennifer, just to ask you, I'm just kind of curious, to be honest. Did you just come across my channel recently? Just curious, to be honest with you. No, Jennifer doesn't think that either one is the BG for Keegan Klein or Tony Klein.
Jennifer Blinker doesn't.
No, well, she doesn't think that. She thinks that the only thing that they would be part of is like the lure.
But she does think that they both had an active thing in it. Okay.
Yeah. Well, she basically is saying that Tony Klein, I believe, is kind of like a scumbag. Just put it.
When I read Kagan's thing from the affidavit about I should have packed a bag and left when my dad was asleep. I never took that as him being afraid of the police. I took that as him being afraid of his dad.
When he was doing the interview?
When he said to the police, I packed a bag when was going to leave while my dad was asleep.
Right.
That always struck me weird because I'm like, okay, if you're worried about getting in trouble for child CP, why? To me, the focus he put on it was that he needed to leave while his dad was aware he was leaving.
Yeah.
So that was just my conjuncture on my part. But I always thought that there was probably something weird about him. He's too tall to be BG, but and we all know who it is.
Oh, so Jennifer's saying the first time. Well, you just come hang out here if you want a little bit of more truth and honesty, right? Not to knock the other channels, but if you want to, let me just say this. Like I said, Keegan Dunker's name associated. Hey, that's a nice snack. Thank you. Oh, hold on. 1 sec. My husband's just bringing me my drink. Hi, honey. 1 second. Either way. Thank you so much. Okay. Just can you give me to 12:30 then? Yeah. Okay. Husband's getting tired too, so no more than 15 minutes. Okay.
I can do 15. That's good. 15 minutes. That's good for me.
Yeah. You sound like you're getting tired too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, so Jennifer saying, I've known him since I was 12 or 13. I'm now 45. No, not friends. He likes girls that young. Sick, twisted. So this is where the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, you know? Like,
Well, he was probably, that's right where he learned it.
right. Well, oh, absolutely.
And I've never heard much about the brother, you know, because doesn't he have a brother? Or is it just the sister?
Say that again?
Does Kagan have a brother or just a sister?
Just a sister that I know of.
Okay. Because like in some of their pictures, there's like a guy that always looks around his age. But I don't know if that was maybe a cousin or, you know, something.
Thank you, Amanda. On
But,
there. Oh. You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I was too busy reading something. I didn't hear
no,
what
you're
you
fine.
said.
I was just
brother.
wondering about, like, you know, his Kagan's other family members. And I'm like you. I feel a lot of times when I talk about Kagan that I'm just wasting time because, like, I don't think he's a killer. I think he's a connection. I just don't think he's a killer.
I think that there's a connection there, and to be honest with you, I don't know. I'd almost be more apt to believe that Tony was more the slime bucket in all of it than
I thought that 100%. If I had to pick one of the two, 100% the dad. I even like went as far to think at one point, you know, oh, if you're gonna drive to Vegas where they went all the time, would you go through Evansdale on your way there? But that was back when I was going down a rabbit hole.
Yeah, I don't believe that Delphi has anything to do
I
with
know.
Evansdale at all myself.
It was just one of the things where I was like, I spent an hour like, well, let me just check, you know how close they are, and
yeah. Thank you, Amanda. Like father, like son. Yeah, Apple. So this is what gets me. Okay, if you're brought up in an environment of sick and twisted, right? That's the environment you're brought up in. How do you really know better, in a sense? It's kind of like when I think of this story, just quickly, when I think of a story that I watched, a documentary about this mother and dad that tied up their kids and handcuffed them to the beds, and they couldn't leave home, and they didn't grow up mentally stable.
House of Horrors.
And they were, so when the girl called 911, she didn't even know what a fucking street sign was.
Yeah, she didn't know that. She didn't know how to even talk to the police.
No, yeah, exactly.
I know the case, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so when I think of something like a Keegan Kline, if he's around a piece of shit father, Keegan Kline does not speak highly of his dad, but yet they had a great relationship, but yet he's not the best dad in the world. But if you grow up around that stuff, how are you truly supposed to know different? Because if that's what you're around, how do you truly know right and wrong? Because if that's your normal, then
you hear about it every day. You could have an alcoholic parent that you hate because of the way they treat you when they're drunk. You grew up and become an alcoholic. Men, get beat as kids, or they see somebody beat their mom. They grew up, they beat their wife. It just, people repeat behavior that they,
that's where
it makes no rhyme or reason.
Right. But as an adult, you're supposed to know better, but yet, it's almost like, so it's like Keegan Kline, he's your total, what do I want to call it? What do I want to call it when somebody wears a mask of pretense?
Enigma?
Well, it's because it's almost like when you, like how a narcissist can put on a mask, and it's kind of like they got such insecurities, but they put on this mask.
Persona
persona. I can't think of it. It's like, how there's all these disorders and whatever. But Keegan is like, he's acting like he's a freaking pimp daddy, rock star, rap artist, that he's the man, when really
he's on Spotify.
Right? But when really behind all that is just a very probably sad little boy. That's but like it's almost like you take on this, like I said, almost like a fake personality because
Right.
you don't really want to look at your true self. So you put on the fake personality. Only because I read about that stuff because I came across somebody like that. He actually looked like Keegan Klein, to be honest
They
with
always
you.
do. They always do.
I know, right? They always do. I know. And so there was the same.
And there has to be a mental illness to it as well. I mean,
no, that's what I'm
because
saying.
a healthy adult brain doesn't
Yes.
look at a child and think
Yes.
that those thoughts.
This person that I came across on the internet when I was playing RuneScape, he was the epitome of what I would call fucked up. I seen this, I could whatever, but at the time I didn't understand what the fuck was wrong with this guy. But I knew that he had some sort of mental illness. Now you have to understand that mental illness really has only come to fruition, in the last decade, perhaps, I guess, more so. But whereas before you didn't really hear about it so much, but I knew he was just fucked up. But so he was the same way. So the way he treated me was almost like he thought he was almost like the cat's ass, could do whatever he wanted. He could treat me however he wanted, type of thing. And he had this, a little bit different narcissistic personality that was such a fake personality because of his upbringing. It's like, I can't think of all the words right now. But I remember diving into all these disorders and, clusters and different stuff. And he was basically that, gaslighter, the guy that just always, tried to go on the attack, but yet he knew that his worth was not much to himself, but he had to act out and portray like he was
project. He had to project that.
Yes, he was fucked up. Let me put that.
Which is why the narcissism goes hand in hand.
Yes, and it was just because of his person, like his growing up and the shit that he went through. And
that small dick syndrome.
But the thing that's hard to look by is that the fact that it's not like he asked that. He grew up in a fucked up life, and you do whatever you can to protect yourself from being hurt.
Right.
What does Mama say? I just got the alarm. Oh, okay. Was she woke up because of the alarm, or did she wake up because she fell asleep snoring? Snoring. She got a big smiley face coming at us. Let me see. I believe 100 that KK is involved to the lure 100. I believe his father is involved in the ring of all of them, including Chadwell. Yeah, a really good chance for that, I believe. We could hear you snoring. That's right. Deb, I thought you were going to bed. He's probably scared.
Is she going to come back on and say goodnight to us when we get off here?
No, because we're going to get off here in a couple minutes. So we don't need to listen to Mama anymore. I think we heard enough snoring to last us a while. Yeah. If it's not her voice.
I have to say, Peace, I always appreciate Peace's messages. And I always think that he or she has good things to say and seems sincere. And, I appreciate you in the chat. Peace.
Peace is a good guy. I've been worth one man. Oh no, she's a female. Wait. This is a husband and a wife duo here, because I've seen it where Peace has said that it's a guy.
Right.
Wait, Peace, are you gay?
Because look at the symbol. It's two guys. Right? Isn't that the? Which
is that what that symbol is?
Isn't that the male symbol?
Well, I guess it's one of those things, isn't it? It's like
it could just be an ally,
like a rainbow.
Right.
Hey, Peace. Are you gay? Yes. Okay, there we go. See, so I guess, you know what? I just thought that was a pretty picture. I didn't think much more about it than it was like nice colors.
Poor Peace, we're like complimenting them. We're like, are you gay?
Yeah. Cut to the chase. Yeah.
But he could have just been an ally that supported, But been gay. Been gay as far back as I can remember.
Oh, okay. Well, here I was just taking the pretty picture to be a pretty picture. I didn't know it was referring to anything. Hey, Deb, quit messaging me, man. She's not messaging me, but okay, I got to turn those people off because they're driving my freaking messenger crazy. Yeah, got it. Oh, then where is that? I can only find
Jenny Lee always does that. Jenny Lee, I don't know very well, but Jenny Lee likes to do this at the very end of the chat. When she comes in with like good information, And then we're like,
Jenny Lee always pokes her head right towards the end, usually, doesn't she?
and then she's
Maybe
like,
it's
hey,
because
did you
she's
hear
just getting
this?
off work. I don't know. Okay, let's just see. Thank you for the word. Okay. It's raining like crazy. Okay, shut up, guys. So you make my. The thing is, whenever they send a message, it comes right in front of my, the window thing, and
Right.
it's just like I'm reading something else, and it's like, oh, another message I gotta close out. Just wanting him to love him. TK is very mean, very horrible. Rode me. Did I read that right? Rod me at 13. Rode me?
Wait, just wanted him to love him. TK is very mean, very horrible, and robbed me at 13. Like, robbed?
Rob.
And then when I ran away and wasn't home, he pissed on my front porch. Okay.
Huh.
That's narcissistic behavior. Controlling.
Oh, yeah. Mom, I love how these two are so tired. And they're sending messages back and forth like crazy. Okay, I gotta close off for a second. Hold on. It's just that I only know how to do it when it's minimized. Then I can find this stupid little thing. 1 second. Yeah. Wait, there they are. I'm gonna mute them. Mute notifications. Haha. Eat pie, bitches. 1 second. Mute notifications. Next, yes, for at least 8 hours. Mute. There we go. Okay. Love you, Mamaw Deb. Have I turned you guys off? Okay. He said, I gotta forget. He said Dad mentally and physically abused him. Yeah. Cat nap. Gotta smoke to go back to sleep. Only way to roll. Yeah.
And public, I mean, as far as I know, they probably, I think they were taking videos, like, in
yes, they were.
Libby's bedroom that night.
Yeah.
Becky, and I'd love to see them. But I honestly, don't know the content really.
Honestly, I asked Becky if I just asked her if she wanted me to include any of them in the tribute video for their 5-year anniversary, and she said no thanks.
They were TikToks, right?
I'd like to keep them to myself or whatever. I think so. I'm not even positive. I'm thinking TikToks, but
I get that. I mean, I feel like families need.
It was just one of those things. If she wanted the girls out there to be remembered and showing a little bit of fun, it was there. If not, right, then again, it was just a thing because it was a 5-year anniversary in a sense. It was kind of like, hey, if you're more than willing to share them now, or at least share little pieces of them, I'm more than willing to put them in the tribute video because the tribute video was for the girls. Obviously, I wasn't expecting a yes, but I wanted to extend the idea out there.
Right. And she knew your heart, but like, I mean, I remember when my niece was 13, she did tumbling and dance and everything. And she would send videos to the family that, we loved because they were sweet and things. But I mean, I wouldn't want strangers to see, especially if something like that had happened to my 13 or 14-year-old niece, because then there are those people that would see those on the internet and it would be like porn to them to see girls just being cute in their bedroom. Okay. I'm just speculating, but just being girls.
Yeah, Karina, what Becky said to me was that the girls were doing that We Got a Secret, that there's a video out there, meaning it's not, I think it was a song. And I mean to look at it still, but I don't, like, she just said that, like, go look it up. And I'm like,
wait, was it the Oland, the band Oland?
I don't know.
Is that okay?
I just know that. So in my head, I thought that the way it was being told was that there was like a Facebook video or something.
That's what I thought. I didn't know
that it was like them basically saying that they got a secret and that it was taken down.
Because I thought they even went like this or something at one point.
Right. That's the way. Right. Like that's the way it was kind of portrayed, I guess. So, Becky said, what did she say exactly? Yes. But it was for a video. It was like, 1 second.
Oh, is it for a school thing?
I don't know. Honestly, no.
Right. And it probably doesn't pertain to any of the case, so.
Well, I think it does.
Oh, you think it does?
I think that.
I mean, well, yeah, if they have a secret, yes.
Yes. I just quickly want to take a look here. Where's Becky? Let me just take a look here. I just want to see what she said about that video. Okay. She said Libby. Okay, that was about the moving part. She said no. They were saying we got a secret. They were singing a song. Look it up. The video is out there.
I guess
So-
meaning the video of the song.
Well, right. I didn't know how to take that. I was kind of
Right.
like, oh, because it sounds like both. It sounds like
Because
it
I've
sounds like
looked
there's a
for the
video out there.
I've looked
Okay.
for a video of Abby and Libby with any keyword that said a wheat secret in it and have come across nothing.
Same. That's why I was confused, because I've heard that there was a video that says we got a secret, but it was taken down. But obviously, people would have it. But then I thought, okay, is this a song that's called "We Got a Secret"? And so I was kind of confused on that myself. So
Yeah.
does anyone know? But in chat right now, does anybody know about this "We Got a Secret" video? So you can save our brains a few cells. Good night. Thank you very much. Take care,
Who's leaving?
Mandy.
Oh, good night, Mandy.
Hopefully, to avoid confusion, we can refer to KK as KK and KD as KD. Yes, we're talking about Keegan. If you guys talk about Keegan Dunker, say KD, Keegan Klein, KK. Isn't it funny? Keegan Anthony Klein, Keegan Allen Dunker. So KAKKAD.
Because
It's
it's not
ironic.
uncommon.
Yeah. Yeah. I got to get going here myself. Is there anything public? Funny you say that there's another chat. So the same thing. Yeah. So. Okay. So me too. My husband would like to go to bed. I'm getting tired. My brain's
Yeah, no,
out.
I've had a long day. I'm gonna go to bed. I'll look into see if there's a music video about
Yeah,
something called We Got
I'll
a
probably take
Secret.
a boot tonight as well. So unless anyone knows the answer to that, we would love it.
I know of a song called like I Have a Secret or whatever, but I don't think it would be something those girls would have been listening
But
to.
I think
And
the whole
I
point
don't
was
even know if it was out then, so I don't know. But
good night, Patty. Yeah, it feels like the way it was projected was that they did a video where it was like that they were, yeah, like we got a
Right.
secret. And so if there is, I believe it would absolutely to me pertain to the case, because it just would seem a little strange.
yes, that absolutely.
Right? Yeah. Okay. Anyways, you guys, Adam, thank you so much, Mamaw Deb. Stay safe from your tornado. And yeah, so yeah. Good night, everyone. Thank you for joining
Good
us.
night. Yeah, we'll chat soon.
Yeah. You can see I look so tired too. Anyways, Adam, you have a great night. Oh my God,
You
it's like
too.
3:31 in the morning for you. Okay. Good
Yeah.
night, everyone. Take care. Talk
Good
to you
night.
tomorrow.
Bye.
Good night, everyone. Good night, Karina. Good night, Chihuahua. Public, your time zone I know is different, and then you have to work in different things or whatever. But anyways, you guys take care. All the best. Again, if you guys do find anything or have anything, you can always send it to delphimurders@gmail.com. If you don't want to say it in here and you want to share something, feel free. Just don't send me anything to do with a different BG. Because I'm not interested in that. Okay, that's just keeping it real. I'm interested in what happened to Abby and Libby, but as for the BG, I'm not interested in looking down past for other people on their POIs. Okay, so yeah, take care, guys. Have a great night. Thank you for joining.